Alright, and so it begins. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the newsroom, and welcome to the Goutopia News Network, your unreliable source for DSP News. This is the Snort Report, brought to you by Snortbucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, how you guys doing? Hopefully you guys are doing well, and so on and so forth. And let's just go ahead and get into the situation at hand, ladies and gentlemen. 5 videos that will make up our broadcast, all brought to us by Burnell, DSP. There will be no chewing the fat with GTG today. Womp womp. But like I said, that'll eventually come back once we start getting into more of a caught up. Once we get more caught up, and being that February is a shorter month, and so on and so forth, we may be caught up a lot sooner than I thought, which means that opens up possibilities and so on and so forth. In any case, yet again, I just said there was no chewing the fat, and I was just about to get into a segment. So in any case, let's just go ahead and get into the situation. Hopefully you guys are doing well, and hopefully that we could try to help you out in some small way of getting through your day, whether starting it, ending it, or getting through it all together. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. So I'll see you guys in just a second.
How to play the game!
Warn everyone. Warning. What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
No more having to talk constantly about tip, 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 which is great.
What? That's the lifeblood of your business, sir. That's what you do. You beg because you don't put out a quality product that people feel the need to pay for. Despite the fact that if anybody who comes to the streams on a consistent basis knows all of the ways that they can essentially contribute, give you money, support, however, so on and so forth. Semantics. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the first video. The first of 5 videos that will make up our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP. First video. Double vest is not serious. I don't expect $200. Pushing hard for the double vest, and sorry about that, give me just a second. And I don't envy Drake. Sure you don't. This is from February 13th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. Okay, so it's this whole double vest school autism shit. Keep in mind, and in my timeline, if you will, it's evolved into something even more despicable. But I guess we'll talk about that at a later time. Anyway, here we go.
Thank God, okay?
I'm good at lying.
Zombie Circus, you are an idiot. He says, why don't you blow your nose to stop it with the post-nasal drip? Post-nasal drip means it's dripping down the back of your throat. You can't blow it out of your nose, stupid. Doesn't work that way. Man, I love how uneducated people want to try to criticize when they're completely stupid idiots. Anyway.
Oh, why am I toxic? Why am I toxic? Why am I toxic? Phil has gout.
And then it's funny too, right? When he's uninformed or uneducated about a particular situation, and people call him out on it, he says that he's being attacked. He's saying that this is not fair. He's like, okay, I was just kind of speaking from the cuff. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really know too much about it, and so on and so forth. I don't deserve all this hate towards me, but yet you can call people uneducated or uninformed idiots or morons or all these different buzzwords that he likes to use. Okay, fair enough. Like, that's really adding to the conversation at all, and that's not even bettering your situation as it pertains to your public image, because if you're willing to take the time to explain the situation to them, then so be it. That person doesn't know what fucking post-nasal drip is, maybe, or nasal drip. They may not be familiar with that shit, so maybe they're hearing you do all the snorting and they're like, well, hey, blow your fucking nose, dude. It would help. And then all you had to do was explain. But no, you want to throw insults at them and shit, like they fucking watch all of your garbage content and they know everything about everything and shit. I mean, keep in mind, that individual probably goes to the doctor at least twice a year, as most people do. Compared to yourself, who sits at home all day suffering, hoping that things would go away. Like that very first ear infection he had. Keep that in mind. And then he had to go into that bitch fit about how he couldn't get his medication, or his prescription, I should say, because, well, I don't know, there's a pandemic going on, and resources were already stretched, and unless it was just an absolute fucking emergency, guess what? You're not a priority. And which makes it even more ironic, ladies and gentlemen, because before the pandemic, when he had all these opportunities to go ahead and get a physical, or go ahead and just get himself checked up, he chose not to. So it's ironic that when he really finally needed to go and get, and that it was too expensive, and you know, the American healthcare system and all that stuff. But it's funny, when he actually needed to actually get shit done, it couldn't, and he went ahead and made a bitch fit about it. Classic Karen type shit. Classic Karen type shit.
Is a 7. Why? Primarily because we're chilling and having a good time. We're having good conversation about stuff. Yes, people wanted me to sing some stuff, so we're doing some sing-along shit. And here's what happened. We hit the tips goal, which was amazing that we did, because it was the last day we needed to do it in order for me to get through all this tough time and afford Mario and everything. Okay? So, we hit the goal. And
even though he made more than enough money to actually cover Mario, and those 2 bills that he was bitching and complaining about could have been floated by Catherine, or he could have extended the due date on those. But whatever. Phil is all about paying his bills and paying off his obligations as a whole on time, right? That's why we're like 3 years behind in taxes. But you know, it's whatever. I'm gonna go ahead and keep all these fucking drooling wheelchair symbols at bay by not playing Mario, so I can squeeze $600 out of them, or whatever it was he was trying to go for.
Do a poll for the vest. Now, I'm told this one vest won. I forget if it was red. I think I was told red vest won. So I go on, I get the red vest, I put it on, people were like, no, the platinum vest won. I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, the mods screwed up, the platinum vest won. So then the mods wrote a second poll that says platinum vest won. I said, but I already have the red vest on. I said, what? What is going on? I was like, how could you do this to me? Everyone knows that the vest is sacred. The vest is not something to be screwed with or trifled with. The vest must be held up to the highest standards of quality.
Wait, but see, that situation has happened before. Let's take a small trip back. During the vest streak, the original one, right? There was plenty of conflicts on what actually won the poll or what didn't once the vest streak was hit. And there's more than a couple of times where he overruled and was like, yeah, we're not wearing the platinum vest. We're wearing this one. We're going to wear the camel one. We're going to wear the gray one. We're going to wear the red one, because you guys keep asking for the platinum vest. And I understand that it may have won the poll, but I'm going ahead and making an executive decision because I'm overheating, or I've already worn it for like the last couple days and I spent money on all these other ones and you guys aren't, you know, they're not being utilized, they're just sitting there, so I'm gonna fucking just go ahead and do that. So what's the point of all this nonsense? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why the whole concept of 100 has 100 points in luck is a thing, because he kind of falls into these random ass situations. The vest streak itself was just a random situation he walked into, and he made what, between $27,000 and $30,000 out that deal. That was ridiculous. It's just a random bit of circumstance. That's all it is. That's all it ever represents. But then he tries to downplay it with the way he's explaining it, right? Like, oh, it's just a bunch of you autistic idiots who sat there and made this argument, so I just decided to try to appeal to you guys this one particular night out of all the nights that I've been bitching and complaining at you guys about not being supportive enough, not coming through. I told you guys I have all these bills and everything. I'm gonna have to keep Mario hostage until you guys come through with all that money and whatnot, because if you don't, I'm just not gonna play Mario, despite the fact that they should have called his bluff on it, right, to see what was what. Because Phil was definitely going to play Mario, and he was definitely going to play day one, because he can't afford not to. I'm sorry, He can't afford not to. I guarantee you he already had the money and or credits for Mario already locked in. Matter of fact, excuse me, in the days leading up to him purchasing Mario, someone probably already donated the credits behind the scenes to him anyway. It's almost a given more often than not. So he was literally bleeding these people. And then you feed into the tism, the Phil-tism over there, and try to go ahead and make it seem like, oh, well, you know, the vest is important, but it's unimportant, but I understand it's a stupid little thing that you guys came up with, but I'm trying to go ahead and appeal to you guys. So that's why I ended up tossing on the second vest, and I assume that's going to lead into the birth of the fucking second vest. And I guess what he's hoping to be the second vest streak, which, spoiler alert, that didn't last long. Then again, it wasn't really as long as he said it was anyway, but whatever. It didn't last long. And in actuality, and then we'll go ahead and move on. If he had just shown the audience a little bit more fucking respect, the audience, the cult, the hardcore fan base, whatever you want to call it, if he had showed them just a little bit more respect, we would have the vest streak, or they would have the vest streak. He would have the vest streak because he's the one who's really benefiting. We would have it till this very day. Guaranteed. Just like Catherine being on stream. If he wasn't a fucking asshole on that Halloween stream and actually let her engage with the chat, we would probably see, she'd probably be back on stream and we'd see her more often. But yet again, he's the one who did that. He's the one who prevented her from doing such things. She was meant to just sit there and be, I don't know, like a life-size doll, I guess, a trophy piece, or it's odd saying that about her, but a trophy, I guess, an ornament for the stream, no different than any other plush or anything else that he has, you know, strewn about at any given time. And she was wasting her time doing it. She realized it. And good for her. That was 3.5 hours of her life she's not going to get back. And trolling and everything aside, he's the one who aggravated that situation more than it's Tevin's fault.
If we hit a tip skull, we have to know what vest is going to be worn. We can't just willy-nilly be just throwing on any old vest. That's not how it works. Alright? You guys at the last year, you created the vest. Right? It was a viral thing. A natural, organic thing that grew from a retrospective event. You guys wanted the vest. You guys asked for more vest. You guys supported the vest with the vest streak. The vest is best. And you cannot mess with the vest. Alright? So, I was told, you know, both vests. What is this? So I said, that's it. I've had enough. I won't stand for this. Alright? So, I broke down the boundaries. I thought outside the box. I broke the box. I punched the walls of the box out. And I put on one side, my right-hand side, the platinum vest, and on the left-hand side, I put on the red vest. And we had our first ever vest fusion event.
But then again, that's not even, to be honest, that wasn't even an original idea. Because I think during the vest streak, people were asking if they exceeded the $100 vest goal. This is after, I think, the hat was abolished. After he took the cowboy hat off the table. If they actually hit the $200 vest goal, excuse me, would he consider wearing another vest on top of the previous one? So let me give you an example. I think the ones that are the cheaper ones, or at least the thinner material ones, I should say, or cheaper material, is the camo vest, maybe the gray vest, and maybe the red one. So let's say they hit the first vest goal, and he puts one of those on. Or he even puts whatever. He puts on a vest, and then if they hit it again, they put on another vest, and whichever one's the thinnest, he'll put that on first, and then he can put the heavier one on second. That right there had already been recommended to him. Matter of fact, I kind of think that was actually started off, not as a meme, as a joke, either on Detractor Twitter or on Kiwi Farms first, I think. And then someone picked that up, because, you know, that shit has legs. And then it ended up picking up in his chat, or maybe even from a restreamer. And then then it eventually was recommended to Phil. And then I'm sure he gave some type of cockamamie excuse on why he couldn't do it. So then he decided to do this one over each shoulder type shit. I don't know. Whatever. But I don't even think that was the original idea. I think someone had recommended that to him, excuse me, during the vest streak originally. And that's how it actually, and then he just held on to it, which is what he normally does. So that's all par for the course.
One stream. First time ever this has happened. It was the dawning of Double Vest Phil, DVP, the new sensation sweeping the streaming nation.
That makes me cringe.
People were like, oh my god, it's the birth of a new vest meme. The double vest meme. And people were coming up with ideas, and they're like, so here's what you should do. When you hit your tips goal, you put on a vest. But if you double the tips goal, you go double vest. So let's say we raise $200 on a stream as a freak thing, because that almost never happens. Alright? We'll do a second poll for a second vest, and then I wear 2 vests, you know, one on each side, just like I did last night. And I said,
well, the reason why it rarely happens is because, one, he doesn't, there's no real incentive to giving him $200 a stream. And 2, when he started, when he forced the, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the phrase I'm looking for? When he took away the choice of what vests they could wear after a while, eventually the vest streak lost its luster. At the end of the day, I don't care if you have to put the same vest on 100 fucking times. If someone puts down $100 and they want you to put on a vest, you put on the fucking vest. Or the stream votes on it and you put on the vest. Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter what vest it was. End of story. No one told you to buy that camo vest. No one told you to buy that red one or whatever. No one told you to buy those things. You bought it as, I guess, as like a stretch like a stretch goal, not even goal, a stretch prize for the vest goal, or for the vest streak, I should say. Something to compliment it, if you will, as part of the vest celebration. You were the one who chose to fork your money out on that dumb shit. They didn't ask for that. Now, granted, if that was the case, see, this is where he well, not that he ever knew the way in the first place, but this is how he certainly stumbled and fell. He should have told them, hey, I'm looking at buying another vest. Why don't you guys in the stream chat go ahead and vote on it? And then here's where we get slimy about it. And let's say there's 20 days until the vest celebration. If you guys can hit the vest goal for the next, for 10 out of those 20 days in a row, you guys could choose what the next vest is that I purchase. And I'll purchase it 10 days out, and it should be here by the vest celebration. That's easy. That's really easy. You keep the vest streak going, you keep people invested, and you're including them in the decision-making process. You know what I'm saying? Now, granted, it's all smoke and mirrors. It's all vanishing snorts, if you will, or phantom snorts. It's the illusion of a choice that really doesn't exist. But whatever, it keeps them engaged. It keeps them invested, no pun intended, in the vest streak. That's easy. That was super easy. You know what I'm saying? This is the same guy who went ahead and brought DSP Tries It out from the fucking piggy void because he was making all this money and he didn't have any ideas on what to do for the vest celebration. Because essentially going through old videos again is no different than the retrospective. So he needed something else. That's the reason why DSP Tries It exists again. That's why that was rebooted or reborn or whatever you want to call it, rehashed. He could have done that, to be honest. And then by doing it that way, now he doesn't have to rely so heavily on the platinum vest to always win. Now there are other vests that you guys have voted on and that I've purchased that will give him a little bit more wiggle room, right? It gives him more options that he'll be okay with, or he'll be comfortable with, if you will. And yet again, that doesn't take long. That took only a few minutes to come up with. But see, I assume Phil would take an idea like that and try to spin it in some type of crazy way to make it even more egregious, or make it more insurmountable, so to speak, where it would make it harder for them to have that choice. Because that's not what Phil wants. He wants to be in control every step of the way, even when he's in dire straits. And that's not how it works. You have to give a little to get a little. And so on and so forth, right? There's various degrees to all of that. But he doesn't want that. He looks at it as, I've already given you so much. That's what my legacy is. So you guys need to give me this money. You guys owe me, if you will. And that's very apparent. Even to the most hardcore fucking DSP fanboy, that's very apparent. And everybody's going to wake up and hit that wall one day to come to that realization. At least you can hope. you at least hope. Because for the amount of money a lot of these people shelled out, they should have something to show for it. When you look at Brightside Viking, for example, when you look at Swaggins, when you look at Only Iced Coffee, I would hope Brightside Viking at least sees it. He's given him thousands upon thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars certainly, over years. And doesn't have not a goddamn thing to show for it. And for someone like Brightside Viking, he should have, that should be in a bank account somewhere. That should be put down towards a house or something, or a condo or whatever. That should be, it should be used to help further whatever his future prospects are or endeavors. You know what I'm saying? Not wasted on some piece of garbage who doesn't even remember it after all these years. The moment it came in, Phil snorted it out somewhere else. No pun intended.
I have absolutely zero expectation that I would ever raise $200 on a stream. That is such a, even during the vest streak last year, all right, that almost never happened. Almost never.
That's another thing too, actually. I'm glad you brought that up. And Snort Burnell brought that up, with the reverse pig psychology. That was also another reason, or another thing, that actually killed the vest streak as well, is Phil constantly challenging them that, oh, it looks like you guys aren't going to hit the vest goal today. Oh, it doesn't look like you guys we're going to hit the vest streak. By him putting these people down, thinking that, oh, that will motivate them if I challenge them, right? I think that right there ended up wearing on people as well. I think eventually that ended up contributing to the downfall of it. At the end of the day, if these people, him saying that this was a homegrown movement, you guys came up with this is what you wanted, if he had kept encouraging it in such a manner, then it might have, yet again, it might have existed to our present day. The problem is, when things weren't going the way he wants, his first response is to be negative. And, well, his first response is to talk down, to challenge, and to humiliate, essentially. And that's what he did. You guys started this. This is what you guys wanted, and you guys aren't supporting it. So if it fails, that's on you, not me. Now, granted, they're not getting any real benefit whether it continues or not anyway. It wasn't a thing. After the whales started coming in with those last-minute rescues, right? Like, you know, Big Pig Rescue or whatever you want to call it. Or when the whale watchers started really showing up and saving the day, it was taken out of the hands of the everyday audience. And it was put into the hands of this very small group of people. And after that, they didn't see a need to contribute to it. They just could sit back and wait and let somebody else end up doing it. It literally became a game for a while, ladies and gentlemen, especially in its last days, of Captain Save-A-Ho, who was going to come through and save Phil last. And according to the chat logs, literally only Iced Coffee and Swaggins were essentially going back and forth, taking turns on what nights they were going to do all that. Until one of them, I think it might have been only Iced Coffee, has slipped up and missed that night, and then the vest streak ended. But that was Phil's fault. Because at that point, he didn't care who saved the vest streak as long as someone did it. He didn't give a shit. Not even to talk about all the nonsense that came along the way, where sending whale calls behind the scenes, possibly padding the vest streak himself to keep it going, and so on and so forth. And I understand that there's a lot of people who don't agree with that sentiment, and that's fine. But it still holds a little bit of validity, because if he has to throw in, let's say, $20 to keep the damn thing going, so he can pull, he still pulled $80 out of them. He's still winning. You know what I mean? He's still winning, regardless of the fact. And he had bled them so hard early on that when the padding needed to be made on the vest streak in the middle of its life and towards the end, it kind of worked out. Either which way, even if he has to give up $20, $30, he's still making $70. He's still making 70 plus. It was still one of the greatest con jobs that he ever pulled. Absolutely. And as usual, He was the one who got in his own way. He fucked it all up. You know what I mean? And this second vest streak nonsense or whatever, I wouldn't have said it was a redemption thing for him. I wouldn't have said that. But it would have been a very good opportunity to look at the first vest streak and all of its shortcomings and failures, meaning him, and not making those same mistakes. And being a little bit more patient with the vest streak and the people who are contributing to it, and making sure that everybody is kind of putting their money in instead of relying on these few. But at the end of the day, Phil is what he is, and he will always revert back to his most basic snorty instincts. And that, sadly, ladies and gentlemen, is what gets him in trouble. And that's what leads to a lot of the reasons why he's at where he's at. And he can't blame anybody but himself. Darkside Phil has always been his greatest detractor. Always. This whole thing exists because of him. At the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? He's turned people who used to be former fans, or people who saw the trash fire for what it was and laughed at him, and made them relevant. He gave them names, if you will. No, maybe he didn't give them names, but he made them relevant to some degree. Especially if he chose to target them or to try to get retaliation on them. It'd have been easier to ignore it, especially in its earlier days. But he couldn't. His ego was too big. He looked at early detractors, trolls, haters, and critics as peons, just like how he looks at his audience. And he's like, oh, you're just someone to be squashed. That's all you are. No pun intended there. He looked at them as nothing more as a small group of roaches that need to be stamped out. Until he couldn't stamp them out. Then he tried to send his audience after them. That didn't work. Actually, most of them converted. And then he closed himself off. He could have admitted his faults. He could have been like, you know what? I was wrong. I handled this bad. I did this. I did that. But he didn't. And if he did it in a way that came across insincere. And he essentially made it worse. It's one of the most amazing aspects of this whole thing, whatever you want to call this whole detractor situation and whatnot. It's one of the most fascinating aspects about him. And then, as time has gone on, the more interesting aspects isn't about Phil anymore. His gameplay's trash. We all know that. The only things that are fascinating about him is the dumb shit that he says and does, and how people respond to that. And that's actually what makes the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics relevant. Is how they react to how he reacts to everyday stuff that shouldn't be, you know what I mean, a fucking a thesis, if you will, going to the extreme level of it, of human behavior. He says so often about how he's just a normal person, but normal people don't conduct themselves the way Darkside Phil does. It doesn't make sense. And it's not like this is just a random occurrence. There are years, there's over a decade of documentation of this nonsense. And he progressively gets worse each and every year. It's like, as I've said before, it's like watching someone die slow. Like really, really slow. And everybody can see it but him.
Once or twice. Never do you raise $200 on a stream. That's fucking crazy. Okay? So, that being said, alright, if it happens, as rare as it would ever happen, yeah, I'd be willing to do it as something silly.
I need that money to pay my WWE Champions bills.
You know? So who knows what the hell's gonna happen at this point, but I know I don't expect it to happen. I don't expect it to continue at all. Alright, in fact, the funny thing about this is last night, we did raise $200 in tips. The night when the double vest streak premiered, we didn't raise $200 in tips. So if that's any indication, it means it's just not gonna happen, okay?
See, yet again, right there, hey, this didn't happen, but you're setting a precedence, though. This is what this should have been the opportunity to advertise, right? Because he's a businessman, right? This is the time to advertise and give them something to work towards. Instead, he downplays them and downplays the situation as, oh, this is something you guys can't do. So it was just a one-off. It was a freebie, if you will. But you guys will never be able to obtain this again. You guys aren't dedicated enough to it. You know what I'm saying? You guys aren't you're not a loyal enough fan You know what I'm saying? To me or what I'm doing or whatnot. You don't care enough about me to contribute that much money to me for the vest streak or for the vest goal or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it is what it is. And it's that type of, I guess, I think he tries as I said earlier, it's almost like he's trying to he's trying to use negativity to reinforce his stands and get them to do what he wants. But it doesn't work that way. Which is ironic because he says he's not a negative person at heart, but he clearly is. And I would assume that stems somewhere from his childhood. Certainly. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, obviously he was cradled a lot. So even if he's not getting that negative reinforcement at home, he's certainly getting that from the environment around him. Certainly. And there's a lot of people who don't really see a need to not only promote it, but be around that. That just doesn't work out. And if you think that you have to shit on people to motivate them, you've got problems. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that's one of many of the pillars, if you will, that cement Darkside Phil's failure. He was always going to fail. I don't care what anybody says. He was always going to fail. It didn't have to be this way, but he was always destined to fail. Clearly. Because he's just a petulant child. Whenever something or some things don't go his way, his first thing is to lash out. And there's history of that too. He wasn't baited into those situations. There wasn't somebody restreaming him and prodding him on that. There wasn't fucking mountains of fucking detractor videos out there that, you know what I'm saying, caused that. No, that was him. It's somebody who can't accept his own shortcomings, so everybody else has to be blamed. And he is consistent with it. And if you're that consistent, well, then that right there must be part of your psychopathy. That's how you deal with your day-to-day. And that's what it was. You had over let's go back to the Mario Sun and Moon situation and whatnot. You didn't have 400 people on stream. Boo-hoo. Or you couldn't keep 400 people on stream. Boo-hoo. But what about the people who were there? Can we not be grateful for that? Can we not be appreciative of that? Can we not rejoice, I guess, for the lack of a better term, over that situation? No. Oh, there wasn't 300, there wasn't 400 of you guys here? Well, then the rest of you guys are just peons, and you're lazy and shit, and you're fucking assholes because you didn't like, rate, and participate. You didn't share. You didn't tell your friends about me. He made those people feel like shit. And though most of them, I would assume, weren't brave enough to speak up for themselves, other people spoke up on their behalf. And that's what made him look bad. And that's the real situation. And as it pertains to that whole situation, which leads into Rich and leads into all of that, the reality was he wasn't mad at himself that he said it. He was mad that people caught it and spread it around. That light was shined upon it. Classic pig roach type behavior. If that never got any attention, if that was just one of those many throwaway moments that happens in the day in the life of Darkside Phil, and he would have gotten away with that clean, he'd have never apologized to those people. Never. Matter of fact, he probably would have thrown that up into their face in the weeks and months, moving forward, because he got away with it clean. But he didn't get away with it clean. And that's why he had to get that half-ass apology while also blaming Rich from Review Tech USA, saying that he shouldn't have restreamed it and he shouldn't have tweeted him in the middle of the night because he couldn't respond. And now everybody in his audience now see it and think he's an asshole. Well, you are an asshole. You shouldn't have been saying things like that. Not just because you're a public figure, but you're someone who depends on the public to exist. Morally, not morally, more like financially, and even mentally to some degree. Like, he's invested in this in a way that most content creators aren't. He really is. Like, he's really in this. Like, he's in debt to this shit in a way that I don't think most of us will ever understand. It's not something that can be explained. I'm sure somebody can explain it better than I can. But like, he's really like mentally invested in this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's more than just his job. Like, he has too much riding on this. It's way more than financial. And he put himself into financial debt to reinforce that, to be honest. And that right there should be the scary part. Just like the WWE Champion's addiction. That's something that's concerning. You can call me an asshole, you can call me whatever you want to call me, but even I think that's concerning. Certainly, I'm still going to laugh at it, but it's still concerning, though. It's still fucking concerning. It's weird. It's fucking weird. And obviously, if the bankruptcy didn't go his way, what would he have done then? What real options did he have available to him? Outside of having his parents leverage their home and whatever assets they have. And you think Phil would be above asking his parents to do that? Really? Really?
So, we'll start doing that today, as silly as it sounds. We'll start doing that today. I doubt it's ever going to happen, and I certainly don't think we'll ever have a streak of it. In a rare case that it does happen, it's just going to be a one-off thing.
The money is mine, and I want the money.
One thing I will say in response to all of this is, fuck all the toxic pieces of shit who tweeted me nasty, disgusting, fucking insulting tweets overnight. I'm not even kidding you. So we had fun on the stream last night joking around. DVP, double vest Phil, it's a new meme. We're joking. Obviously, this is not something serious. These assholes actually fucking hate tweeted me all night.
See, Greedy Phil coming up with something new. Oh yeah, new meme for money, Begathon, blah blah blah. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a joke. It's a fucking joke, you stupid imbecile. You're so dumb. You're so brain dead stupid. You actually think I'm serious about this thing. Like, you think I'm gonna come gung-ho to the stream talking about double vest all day. No, stupid, it's a joke. It's a fucking joke, but you're so dumb. You think it's real because you can't separate reality from fantasy because you're an idiot. That's why.
But the money's real, though, ain't it? And didn't you just say that, you know, you're not putting too much behind this because you don't think they'll be able to hit the 200 vest goal? So it sounds like it's real enough to you if you feel the need to downplay it and or criticize the people who you need to contribute to it. But now all of a sudden, because other people are making fun of it, it's what? It's a fallacy. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's just a meme. But it's a meme that you're trying to profit off of. The original vest school was a meme, ladies and gentlemen. It was a joke. It was just this funny little thing that came out of that retrospective, and that was it. He said that too. He said that a bunch of times throughout the vest streak. It was a funny little meme that you guys turned into a reality. But then again, he's the idiot who said I think it was in the first vest celebration, that this was a symbol of perseverance. And telling the haters, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? We are going to support, that's funny, support. We're going to support Phil and his endeavors, and we want to see him stick around, and we want to see him succeed. We want him to prove to all you haters that he really is successful. So it wasn't a joke then, but it's a joke now? Okay.
Theories. That's why you follow hater circles, because you're dumb. So every single person who hate tweeted me last night can go fuck themselves. You dumb fucks. You can't even understand a joke. You think I'm the villain? Go fuck yourself. It does piss me off that people are that dumb, and these people have latched onto my ass like disgusting.
Now keep in mind, that delicious bacon. We're getting upset because other people won't see things the way he wants it to be seen. That's what we're mad about. That's what that's what all this outrage is over. It's over nothing, essentially. We're pissed off just for the sake of being pissed off. I thought your streams were supposed to be a positive place for people to come and share in your experiences and have a good time with each other in this positive community that you supposedly have been cultivating over the last 12 years. But you're going to rant about this shit? Excuse me. Which at its bare bones, if you will, at the frame of it all. He's disregarding his audience, the fan base, the cult, to appeal to a group of people who clearly don't like you. Why are you trying so hard to get these people to see your way when they're clearly not going to? This isn't anything new. You get troll tweets all the fucking time. What makes it any different? And isn't it supposed to be according to what goes on over there, isn't it supposed to be an us versus them type situation? It's very one-sided thinking that way because it's really on them more than anybody else. But whatever. Isn't it supposed to be like an us versus them type situation? So theoretically, aren't you owning the haters by getting your fan base to give you $200 to put on a double vest? Why are you mad about this? Why aren't you trying to turn this into something to benefit you instead of instead of it being another deficit to yourself, a social deficit to say the very least? You spent the early part of this basically trying to convince people that, hey, this is the new thing. If you guys want to contribute to it and participate in it, but then you're going to downplay it and say that it was a joke and all these idiots making fun of it are fucking morons. But then you're also admitting that you're mad because people made fun of a joke. This is supposed to be a joke. His words. People are joking about it because it's supposed to be a joke, right? And yet he's upset about that. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's like you being a clown and you're mad that people laugh at you. But you're a clown. That's your occupation. That's what you set out to do. If not, you wouldn't have chosen to be a clown. So why are you upset? You're broke. You're financially impotent and inept. And you put it out there to the public. Why do you think why wouldn't someone have an opinion on that or laugh at it? It's funny. And it's funny on multiple fronts. But the thing that makes it even the most entertaining aspect of it is you decided to put it out there. Why? Why? Why would you do that if you didn't want people to know about it? And then how are you going to be upset? You can't expect everybody to be sympathetic to your plight. Why should they care? And then how are you broke when you make over $100,000 a year? Okay. Amazing.
Hemorrhoids. They need to be popped and disposed of. I've had enough of this. I can't put up with this bullshit from immature idiots who don't understand a joke from reality. They actually think it's real. Like, where the fuck do you live? I got that off my chest. Okay. Cat, you need to get out now. That place is toxic.
And by the way, guys, like I said, you might have noticed, we did dip a ton of subs in the last day. It's because a bunch of gifted subs expired. And again, because I had been telling you guys I needed tips so badly, a lot of people who likely would have gifted subs didn't because they were trying to support me the best they could with tips. So, that's why that happened. Don't freak out. It's fine. Now, if we double the tips goal to $200, then we'll run a second vest poll, and you guys will be able to pick a second vest to do a double vest fusion celebration. Will this happen? No, there's no chance that's going to happen, and I know that. I'm just kind of being silly because you guys kind of came up with this idea last night, and I know it's not going to happen. Realistically, we're not raising $200 on today's stream.
Let's make some dough. Let's make some fat stacks. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Also, interestingly enough, this is kind of a really interesting example of someone not making it very apparent on how disappointed that he doesn't make such X amount, if you will, per stream, and how he's trying to essentially infuse his disappointment, or he's trying to imprint, I think, his disappointment onto the audience. Hey, we could do this, but we're not going to do it. I don't have enough faith in you guys to do it. But you guys did come up with this, so it'd be nice if you guys could do it, but I know you guys won't, and I'm not going to commit myself to it because I don't want to be disappointed. Remember, this guy made it to 276 by hook or by crook and whatnot. People have already gone through and exposed where he didn't actually hit the vest goal on maybe a hoof full of situations. But it's all there. It's all out there, right? But he still made it to 276. Either way you slice it, he still did it. You would think, and he did it kicking and screaming the whole way through. All because he was scared to fail. And then when he actually did fail, you guys saw how he dealt with that shit. You would think for someone who has fucked up as often as Darkside Phil has, for as many years as he has, online and offline, you would understand that it's just not in the cards for you. For whatever reason, there's something wrong with you, right? That you can't accept anything, like anything good or positive or whatever buzzword you want to use, that happens to you isn't going to last long because you're not willing to work to keep it, or you get into your own way to fuck it all up. This is no different. And he's doing this at the very beginning. It hasn't even become a thing yet. It's supposedly a joke, but yet you're mad that people online are joking, are basically making you the light of that joke, which is strange in its own right. Excuse me. Now you're sitting there saying, "Oh, I'm just putting it out there. You know, it'd be nice if you guys did this, but I don't think you guys are going to do this." It's like you sowing all of this doubt and resentment. That's really what it is. All of this doubt and resentment does what? Why do you think these people would be motivated to move like that? Especially given our situation, our demographic, our economy in the way that it is now. And that's the really crazy part. Phil really don't talk shit about COVID, right? Or at least the repercussions of it, unless it has something to do with him, or how it negatively affects him, I should say. He doesn't think about the people who contribute to him and what kind of situation they may be in financially, or emotionally, or morally, or whatever the case may be. Maybe not morally, that doesn't really mean anything, but you know what I mean. Or it doesn't mean anything in that situation. Like, he doesn't give a shit about what their financial situation is or how they're living or whatever, as long as he gets what he wants out of the deal. But if he was putting out a quality product, then this wouldn't be even a point of conjecture, right? It wouldn't even be part of the conversation. You're putting out a quality product on a platform that pays you to put out that quality product, and you'd be good to go, right? Oh, that's right, they don't pay you, though. Yeah, he gets a little money from the ads, but essentially, it really just comes down to subs, bits, and tips. And if he doesn't get any of that, he's dead in the water. And he sunk YouTube a long-ass time ago. Matter of fact, he relegated the YouTube audience to essentially next to nothing when he said it was an archive. He killed YouTube himself. Twice. Well, multiple times really, but certainly twice. So he has nothing. This isn't a successful business. This is not even a business, to be honest with you. I know some people like to make the argument that, oh, he's making money off it, it makes it a business. But it's not a business because he doesn't run it like a business. He doesn't conduct himself like a businessman. You know what I'm saying? He's not willing to innovate and or invest in himself. He merely wants to exist. How is that a business?
All right, but I'm just saying, if it's ever because people always say, what would be the $200 tips call? Well, there you go. That'll be it from now on. It's something silly. It's something simple. It's not anything I put on a hat where it fucks with my head and everything. Instead, it's just something silly we can do. That's what it'll be. Okay?
So, sorry, Ciara Bahiana says I look like the Messiah wearing two vests. There you go. I am the Messiah when I wear the two vests. That's right. This is the United States of Phil. I am the supreme being. I make the rules, and what I say goes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to start off the night, this is a pretty damn good start. Jax Raxer is here, and Jax Raxer just tipped $100. So yesterday, jokingly, I said, all right, if we raise $200...
Jax Raxer just showed up. Is it a Street Fighter night? Because he's like one of the main Street Fighter whales. Let me see here. Okay, well, the next video actually has Gojitenks in it, so that's a good sign. That works out. Wow. Hopefully that guy wakes up soon too. He doesn't need to follow in the footsteps of those who came before him, and he saw. And I would think he's been around long enough to see how that played out. I guess we'll see.
Dollars in tips. I will put on 2 vests instead of 1. All right, and not surprisingly, this did not happen on the first stream. Okay, but all of a sudden it happened on the late stream with Street Fighter. I don't know why, but it happened. I was shocked, as shocked as you are, that we would hit a $200 tip skull in one stream.
I need more money. I need more money, yo. I do need more. Slip of the tongue, Freudian slip. I do need more money.
And this is something that gets pointed out too. He is he's so, like, you know how when people when people carry a conversation, you've got certain limitations on yourself, right? Like there's certain things you hold back. Like you're not completely honest about what you say or what you really think. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to be guarded to an extent, or you never want anybody to know exactly what you're thinking, and so on and so forth. It's just, you know what I'm saying, social etiquette, right? Phil is at the point now where it's almost like he's evolved and devolved at the same time. He's at the point now where he has no shame about anything no more. Like, literally. Like, he'll come, like, shit like this, he poorly tries to cover up. Let's be honest, man. We already know what he was thinking anyway. He's probably already said it in such way before anyway. But he truly may very well be, you may very well be looking at a financial sociopath. And probably in one of its most purest and disgusting forms, because he has no chill to him. He gives no fucks now. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't try to hide it. He doesn't try to do any of those things. He puts it all out there in a way which is different from him just being up front. Like Wings. Let's use Wings as an example, because why wouldn't we? Wings is very transparent in the fact that he's like, yo, we need to make this money and whatnot, or I need to make sure I have this many subs, you know, for the month or whatever, or, you know, I'm not going to be in the best spot. He's very transparent about that. You know what I'm saying? There's no fucking around with it. It's pretty much, it is what it is. But DSP will sit there and spin that shit into so many different ways to make it seem like, instead of just asking for them to come through and help out with this, to spin it in such a way that it's their fault that it wasn't being maintained, and now he has to put himself out there to look like an asshole to tell them that they need to go ahead and step their shit up. It's wild. It's almost as if, hey, you guys need to be giving me large amounts of money, like copious amounts of money, daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly, so I don't need to talk about it. And if I do have to talk about it, it's because y'all fucked up, not because I fucked up. You guys screwed up. You guys had one job: come to my streams, make me feel emotionally special, and financially compensate me for all the years, in air quotes, of fucking free content I gave you. If I have to sit there and beg you guys for money, or let's bring that back. If I have to come out and say I need financial support, I'm doing it because you guys didn't come through the way you were supposed to. If you guys were giving me all this money and showing your appreciation in a way that you are supposed to, I wouldn't have to say these things. Do any of you feel differently about that in any type of way, shape, or form, given the behavior that you've observed? Because he literally talks to these people like, you guys owe me. You guys owe me. And if I have to talk about finances, is because you guys fucked up. You made it an issue. You're the problem. What do you guys think?
Yeah, we hit the double vest goal, as ridiculous as that is. So yes, today we will do that. As stupid as it is, we will do that. If we reach $200 in tips on the stream, first what will happen is when we hit $100, you guys get to pick an initial vest for me to wear. Alright? And then, if we hit the double vest goal, then you guys will pick a second vest for me to wear. Okay? Elon just curious if the vest is boring. We hit a tips goal, let's pick a regular that becomes a mod for the day. No, that's really fucking stupid. Absolutely not. Eternal Napalm.
That's actually a pretty good. That's actually a pretty good suggestion, to be honest with you. That's actually not too bad. to have, to have one from their ranks that's regularly there who may contribute morally or emotionally, I should say, or financially become a mod for a day. That might be pretty cool. And that might be a pretty good way to gauge who might be trustworthy for modship and who isn't. Let's be honest, he's gonna pull internet background checks on them anyway, so it doesn't, that's incidental to anything. But it's a day. It's one day. You know what I'm saying? What's the worst that could happen? They go back and unban a shitload of people. So what? That's just more people for Phil to. That's more people to filter into Phil's streams under multiple sock accounts just so he can ban them again later. And let's be honest, he gets off on the lean-in manual. So who gives a shit? That works. Honestly, though, that works out. And it's actually a great way of testing people's loyalty and seeing who might be a good mod and who might not be. Especially if you have someone who is repeatedly voted to be a mod. You know what I'm saying? That's really not a bad idea, to be honest.
Rely on tips as a primary source of income, especially for people who provide a service. The notion of people saying it's greed or illegitimate is super dumb. Yeah, those are called morons. Those are called people who actually think that saying, hey, I'm streaming today for free, providing you a free service. If you like that service, please contribute. They think that that's like too much. That, you want to know why? Because they're dumb. Because they're morons. I mean, there's no other explanation. They're really dumb, even just uneducated.
Stop. If people wanted to contribute, first off, the concept, is it free? Sure. But you saying, oh, I'm providing you this free service, first off, it's not a service that I asked for. At least not from you. You put yourself out there. If I choose to partake in it, I choose to. If I don't, I don't. But to sit there and start off the notion that I am providing you a free service and you should feel the need to contribute to it is egregious as shit. They don't have to. If you want to let them know that they can and the contributions are appreciated and so on and so forth, then so be it. But people like you and Bad Bunny and some of you other ones don't make it sound like that. You make it sound like, hey, you're watching me and absorbing this free service, right? So you should contribute to it if you want to see more of this free service. Well, then by definition, it's not free then, is it? Am I wrong? It's not free then, right? It's like you buying a mixtape and then you paying more money to maybe go to some concerts, or you pay even more money to go ahead and subscribe to the service. That's kind of what this is. So really, you're a paid advertisement leading into a long-term contract where you're going to commit to contributing to continue to watch the content. It feels more like that, don't it? It's all in how you word it. You know what I'm saying? And that might be a reach on my part. Pretty sure it is. But you get my drift. You saying that it's a free service it doesn't need to be said. All of this in itself is free. You sat down and you chose to do this. No one forced you into it. So by definition, outside of, paying for internet service or whatever the case may be, yeah, it's free. It's on a free platform. But no one put a gun to your head and said, hey, you're going to make this content, you're going to do it for free. No one told you to do that. You chose to do that. And this isn't a job, I don't think, because he doesn't have a contract where he has guaranteed money attached to that contract. This is all, it's not, I can't even say this is necessarily even freelance, even though it's probably closer to that definition. But then it's really not, because him freelancing himself off the YouTube, there's no guaranteed money there outside of the money outside of the restrictions and accolades they put on his channel, a free channel, by the way, that he don't pay for. He don't pay for none of that. He doesn't pay for any of that bandwidth. He doesn't pay for any of that data storage or any shit like that. He's not invested at all in any of this. He's been given a free platform that he can make money off of. That doesn't make it a job. I'm sorry, it don't. The fact that what it is it's a hobby with benefits, really. Not to say you couldn't make it a job, not to say you couldn't make it a career, but then that means you had to expand beyond that platform. And you didn't do that. You wanted to be content with the little money that you were getting, which wasn't little, but you know what I mean. You wanted to be content with the money that you were given, and you never built upon that. You never did anything else. That sounds like you were comfortable. Comfortable made you complacent. Complacent led you to be compromised. Twitch is no different. He doesn't have, the only contract that he has on Twitch is that he can't stream, he can't stream gameplay anywhere else. He's stuck. They basically have him in it's an exclusivity contract, which is ironic because another person that I really enjoy watching, a guy by the name of Games for Kicks and whatnot, he recently had talked about, well, someone had asked him and he just answered the question, about what was his deal like, because they were basically, here's how the conversation went. Hey, you're streaming on YouTube now, which is great, but are you afraid that you're going to get in trouble with Twitch? He said no. He said the terms that he had negotiated for his Twitch contract, the only restriction that he has really is that if he does any gameplay content on Twitch, it's held for 24 hours before he can put it anywhere else. That's it. He can stream on Twitch, he can stream on Facebook, he can stream on YouTube, whether gaming content or whatever, and he has no restrictions. The only restriction is, yet again, that if he does any gameplay on Twitch, they essentially have full rights over it for 24 hours before he can put it anywhere else. That's it. That's the only thing that holds him back. Phil doesn't have that contract. Phil doesn't have that contract at all. That led to one of the suspicions on why he was getting rid of his VODs on Twitch so fast. But that's neither here nor there. We're not even sure. But Phil doesn't have that freedom. He doesn't have that luxury. If he has a bad day on Twitch, or a bad week or a bad month or whatever, he got to sit there and deal with it. He can't sit there and stream on Twitch for a week, and if shit ain't looking good, jump over the next week and stream on YouTube. Not gaming anyway, which is his essentially all he can do. I can't even call it bread and butter. That's all he can do. His bread and butter is begging. He can't do that. And Kix explained that that's a really easy thing to ask for. And that's old. That's something really, really old. That may be something similar to what Noah 456 has. Maybe. I've brought him up before too. He used to do a lot of Call of Duty Zombies. I think he still does, but he does other shit now too. So just to give you an idea of what kind of fucking bullshit situation Phil's in. And it also shows you how short-sighted he is. Because Kix had also said that's not something that's uncommon around people that he knows who stream on both platforms. And Twitch, not Twitch, sorry. And Kix is partnered. He has a blue check mark, just like Tevin, just like a DSP, just like Wings. Just to give you guys just a little bit of insight. Well, to illuminate that situation, I should say. I don't know if it's really insight, but you know what I mean. So that gives you guys an idea of what kind of situation Phil's in, or at least it adds to the narrative, I should say, and how stuck this dumbass is. And he could probably switch that in his negotiations. He probably could, because I'm sure they negotiate with him at least every couple of years, maybe. He could probably get that done. Actually, I don't even see why he wouldn't, because why would you put all of your eggs in one basket, which is exactly what he's doing. And he'll get way more viewership on YouTube. He'd probably be able to bring in more money too, because LSB has talked about this before. So has Agent Proper, that the cut over here on YouTube is much better than the cut over there on Twitch. Twitch is 50-50. Over here on YouTube, it's like 70-30. But see, Phil feels safe over there on Twitch. He's not safe here. So in actuality, Phil may be even lying about what his contract is, or the terms of it, as it pertains to what he can do on certain platforms. Not all the extra bullshit. I mean, eventually he'll splurt that out anyway. So just to give you guys an idea, and if it's true, if he has terms that are similar to Games for Kicks, even though Kix said that that's the terms that he negotiated for. But let's say Phil has those same things, right? He's literally doing himself a financial disservice. He's literally doing himself a financial disservice. So, yet again, the potential to make more money is there. He's just not doing it. Because he's not safe doing it. Or he's not comfortable doing it. Or whatever. Think about that.
Idiots. They're stupid. Really. There's no other explanation. In reality, the truth is because these people either don't like the streamer, so they would say that to try to discredit the streamer, or they're jealous. They wish that they could actually sit on a stream all day and somehow make a living doing it, yet they can't, so they're butthurt about it.
I like how he
so
said somehow make a living doing it. I mean, I guess if begging is how you're making your living, buddy, cool. So be it, but that's not something to be jealous of. You're a fucking clown. You're a joke. You're known as, when people think of e-beggars or e-begging, you're one of the first names to pop up. That's not being successful, and that's not something to envy. Even sitting around, I remember the argument used to be made, because a lot of people said it, you know, hey man, I'd really like to sit around and play video games all day and play it poorly, but not even, I mean, even back then I still didn't agree with that, because look at what he goes through. Even for some of the most successful people, Maximilian, Rad Brad, guys like that, dude, after a while you need a reprieve, and these guys take reprieves, they take breaks, and they can afford to do it. But they can afford to do it because they didn't make this their end-all be-all. Like, Max was still doing programming and other design shit on the side. He had a job. Rad Brad, to my understanding at least, also had a job. He was also doing something else on the side. This has become incredibly lucrative because they continue to hone their craft. But they had other outlets too. At least to some extent. He didn't. This was all he had. And look at how it crashed and burned. So what the fuck is there to be envious of? Wings is no different. When Wings started, he had a job. And then when he saw the money that he could make off this, which was quite a bit, he went ahead and went to this because it was easy. But he used to love Call of Duty. He ended up growing to hate it. And he hated it for a couple of different things. One, his skills diminished. Two, the competition was too good. The competition got better. And the quality of videos got better. And he couldn't keep up. And even though he could have done the podcast thing and been extremely successful, he was too short-sighted. And other people took advantage of him. Because that's what that whole PKA thing was. Don't be wrong, I'm not saying Wings wasn't a piece of shit, but goddamn, they got over on him. They got over on him. But that's a whole nother conversation for another day. He's at fault too, but I'm just saying them boys got over. Woody got over on him. Woody got over on him. But yet again, that's not something to be envious of. And how many big YouTubers have you guys heard that have crashed and burned and shit? It's not worth it. Or it's not, or, you know what I'm saying? Or you need to be, or look at it for what it is and then move off of that. And if you can get sponsorships, if you can get endorsements, do it. You know what I'm saying? But to sit there and just be complacent with ad revenue and that's that is what fucked him. And it still fucks him basically. And he can't escape it. And he's so tarnished. His reputation's so tarnished. His brand, because he is a brand, is so tarnished that now he can't do anything. This coward, he knows this, and let me give you an example of how. This coward knows he's fucked, because that's why KO Gaming exists. That's the reason why he started KO Gaming, because DSPGAMING, DarkSydeLag, DSP was fucking in the shitter, and he knew he could never get it out, so he needed a fresh start. So he literally had to try to go ahead and scoop a name up from somebody else, essentially. Or whatever the case may be. I can't remember what the story is. But, supposedly some kid had it first, but he had actually had the name first, but he had priority, so he just took it, or whatever. And that's why his URL isn't KO Gaming, it's KO Gaming 1, because someone else already had the original. Which is kind of fucked up, too, because if you think about it, KO Gaming 1, drop the number part, and just put WON. And you could kind of say that's like a nasty backhand to the person whose name he took, because he's like, I still end up getting it in the end, even though, you know what I'm saying? Like, even though it was yours, now it's mine. Oof. That's an ugly way of looking at it now that I think about it. Yikes. Anyway, let's continue.
Sit here and complain that other people can actually do it. Alright? Oh well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's hard. It's hard to wake up on time every day, to play 8 hours of games some days, and then to be dedicated enough to put that footage on my computer, to set up the uploads, to babysit the uploads, to make sure that they work properly, which they don't always work properly. As you know, if you've seen some of the processing issues, the naming issues of the videos, then once they're uploaded, put them in a playlist. Order the playlist correctly, because YouTube doesn't order videos added to a playlist correctly because it's a piece of shit. It's a lot of work and dedication that's required, so it's not stress-free. I do feel pressure of deadlines. Like right now, there are deadlines.
Wait, first off, there's an old video. I think Burnell actually used it in a recent video. But there's a clip where he says, oh, I do about 4 hours a day of gameplay. He's saying 8 here. And then he's saying all the other stuff that goes on to that. And then when he moved from Connecticut to Washington, he said he puts in a 12-hour day. I'm sorry. He puts in a 12-hour fucking day. You see how the number kept changing over the fucking years? And what he's doing right now, or back then I should say, was that hard. Really? And that's the reason why his dumbass failed. He made this shit into more than what it was. And he wanted respectability for it. Just collect your chips, man, and move the fuck on. But no, you wanted people to respect you. You wanted people to look up to you. You wanted people to be envious of you and jealous of you. That's what he wanted. No one's jealous or envious of DarkSide Phil. Even if you are even remotely envious of what he does, you're not jealous of him. You're not even envious of him. You're just envious of what he does. There's a level of freedom to being your own boss, so to speak. But he's not his own boss. At the end of the day, he answers to somebody else. If he gets kicked off of the platform, he got kicked off because someone decided that. And they decided that without any of his input. That means he's not his own boss. That's what the reality is. He doesn't run his own business because he depends on another platform to have that set business. Matter of fact, he relies on 2 of them. Matter of fact, he relies on Patreon too, so he relies on 3 theoretically. That's what it is. He doesn't have any money in Twitch. He doesn't have any money in YouTube. He's not invested in any of those things, so he don't own a stake into it. He's on 2 free platforms that essentially allow him to beg for a living. That's not something to be envious of. And nobody's envious of that. Even if you wanted to give Phil the benefit of the doubt, you're not really envious or jealous of him. And you're not even envious or jealous of his situation or his circumstance. He has a job that you would like, but you probably really don't want it because you don't want the bullshit that comes with it. And there's a lot of bullshit that comes with it. Maybe you'd like to get into the gaming industry. Cool, but you're not envious of DarkSide Phil and what he does. There's a difference. And look at what it did to him. Yes, for the majority of you who are listening to this, it would be very different for you. But that's because you guys have common sense. That's because you guys know better. He don't. And he don't care to. At the end of the day, he literally is driven by his own impulses. Reason is not a factor in that equation. That's the reason why he's at where he's at. And that's why when people defend him, it's kind of just wild to look at. just something to think about.
Stress. And it's a lot of hard work, so fuck to the haters, fuck you. You know, if you think that it's so easy, oh yeah, well, Phil just on his ass plays video games all day. I wish that it was me just sitting here playing video games and relaxing and not worrying about commentary quality, getting games done, getting the uploads done. It's not like that. It is hard work, and bottom line is if you're saying that, you're either misinformed or you're just jealous. Not everyone can do that.
He's been living off that notion forever, since the beginning. But yet that same jealousy and envy that he says people have for him is the same jealousy and envy he has for people that were more successful than him, that still are more successful than him, that have to do less and yet get more. And that comes from being smarter or working smarter, not harder. If you want to even consider what he does work. And that's what really pisses him off. There are remember, it was only a couple weeks ago, so to speak. Let's say a couple months ago now. There was a couple months ago when a report came out, and Twitch streamers could put their name in, and then it tells them how often they stream throughout the year, and so on and so forth. And Phil was doing it twice as much than your average streamer, or certainly your average successful streamer, and yet he doesn't make nearly what they make. Not even close. Not even close. What Phil makes in a year, most of those people pull in weeks. In weeks. But yet he sat there and boasted about it and be like, oh, see, I have to work twice as hard as them, and that's what makes it a job. And no, that makes you stupid. That's what it is. It makes you dumb. It makes you inept at what you do. You've been doing this for this long, and this is all you have to show for it? And you're the one that's, and I'm sure a lot of them are carrying some type of debt or some shit like that, but none of them are carrying bankruptcy. At least as far as we know. Or they certainly didn't need to broadcast it. They're not begging for money on their streams. However they get their money on streams is debatable and certainly is up to be criticized if you choose to do so. But they don't do what Darkside Phil does. But they certainly are familiar with what Darkside Phil is and what he does. So when Phil sits there and looks at people like Ninja and says they give the streamers a bad name, or Dr. Disrespect is just a gimmick, or whatever of whatever, well, what do people think when they look at you? And what you do? How does that work? Timmy Tenders, or Tim and Tatman. He works hard. He streams long hours, but he looks like he genuinely comes across like he has a good time doing it. It's not forced. You know what I'm saying? And Tim will tell you, hey man, if I don't feel like streaming, I won't. Because there's no point. And this Shroud said this too. A lot of streamers say this shit. They won't stream or do content or whatever if they're not up to it. Because what's the point in forcing it? You're not going to get nowhere like that. You're just going to make it worse. Anyway, let's continue. Goddamn. I'm feeling very talkative today.
People are very, very angry about that. Because people see people like me who are allowed to do this for a living, who are lucky enough to be able to do it, and they say, man, I wish I could do that, and I don't like that guy. It's not fair that he gets to do what I want to do, and I can't do it. So they sit there and they try to delegitimize everything that someone does because they want to feel better about themselves. All right?
First off, what's preventing them from doing it? Anybody can start a YouTube channel. Anybody can stream. Not everybody's going to get popular, but he's not popular. He has like between 300 and 400 people who throw money at him because he's been around for like 12 years. That's it. He doesn't have anything else to show for it. He's not popular. He's not even relevant. People who generally make content on Darkside Phil, I can't speak for everybody, but I assume most people do it because they are actively interested in the dumb shit that he does, has done, or what he will do. But other than that, that's not something. Other than that, what else is there to be envious or jealous of? He's on 2 free platforms that anybody can start a channel on. And whatever your niche is, if you do it, and if you do it well, or if you work towards doing it well, I should say, or as best as you can, you be yourself, you have a good time, people will gravitate to you. End of story. You know what I'm saying? If you're not out here purposely going out of your way to try to be a predator on people, then people won't have any reason to shit on you. Well, people will shit on you regardless, I should say. But the reason why Phil gets shit on the way he does, and Wings and Low Tier God and most locals, is because they are trying to prey upon people. And more often than not, they have in some way, shape, or form. But he makes it sound like what he does is so special. If he was Ninja, if he was PewDiePie, if he was Markiplier, if he was any of these people, then he would have grounds to say something. If he was Maximilian even. If you, not even, sorry, but if you were Maximilian, if you were any of those people, he would have a point. But then Those guys have been around a long time. Some of those people have been around as long as he has. So look at where they're at and look at where he's at. Well, what does that tell you? I don't need to delegitimize him. No one does. He did a great job of doing that himself. He's just mad that people pointed out that he did it. That's all. Same thing with let me give you guys a real quick example and we'll keep on. Because goddamn, I'm really long-winded today. Think about This Is How You Don't Play, right? This Is How You Don't Play is essentially a video to a niche audience who have watched a lot of DarkSydeLag's content and who have played games and enjoy games and especially enjoy Metal Gear or the Metal Gear Saga. You'll understand that. The reason why that bitch is viral, sorry, it's not a bitch, but you know what I mean. The reason why that bitch is viral is because he sat there and tried to squash it. He sat there and said that it painted him in a negative light, but it didn't, because in actuality, that's what you are. Basic instructions for video games are on the screen or available to you, and you're too lazy or too stupid to look it up. You're sitting here crying and complaining about buggy game mechanics when you clearly don't even want to learn those mechanics. You want to point and shoot and succeed. But there's more to video games than being this dumb little thing that kids do for fun that, oh, I can profit off of. And literally, that's all Darkside Phil is. That's all he ever was. He got into games because it was an easy niche. He pandered off the children with those fucking jokes and all the other nonsense that come along with it, insults and all that bullshit, because he was pandering the kids. He's admitted this. There's nothing special or unique about him. Or anything that he's done, or even the fact that he's been around this long. If you can convince stupid people to fucking be stupid and fucking support you, then guess what? You more than likely can make it happen. That's why lolcows exist. And that's why lolcows actually have fan bases. There is somebody somewhere that funnels money to Amberlynn Reed and is proud to do it. There are people that funnel money to Amberlynn Reed just so they can go ahead and spite the people who make fun of her. Same thing with Chantel. Same thing with Wings. Does this not sound familiar to you? A low-tier God fucking fanboy does that exclusively so they can go ahead and try to piss off the low-tier God fan base. Does that not sound familiar to you? There's nothing special or unique about them. They're people who go online and humiliate themselves for profit. They're only known because they humiliated themselves for profit. And then got mad because other people had commented about it, who went ahead and poked holes in the logic. And then most of those people they tried to take down, or maybe even succeeded, and eventually they end up coming back. That's what it comes down to. That's not something to be envious of or jealous of. They didn't have to do that. They chose to do that. They chose to do that. If he had ignored This Is How You Don't Play back then, I'm not saying This Is How You Don't Play wouldn't have continued to exist now. I'm not saying that. And obviously I don't think that's true. What I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the fucking hemorrhoid on his ass or the thorn up his ass or whatever it is that he's fantasizing about. It wouldn't be any of those things if he didn't let it. At the end of the day, it's the internet. People are going to have an opinion of you. You can't do anything about it, especially when you're someone who has opinions and or attacks other people because of things they've said and done. So who the fuck are you to get mad at a situation when in some ways he does that himself? But oh, he can hide behind the notion that, oh, it's just my opinion. I don't understand why you're attacking me. But when I do a video, or anybody else, by the way, does a video on him, it's trolling, it's harmful, it's hurtful, you're hurting my business, your business is done. That's why you're begging. That's why you don't have a contract with YouTube. That's why you don't have a contract with Twitch. That's why you don't have any sponsorships or endorsements. And if you do, you don't disclose it until the last minute, if you're disclosing it at all. No one's keeping you from getting free games. You admitted that you get free games. Well, that you've gotten free games and you still continue to get free games. But yet again, it's you being a dishonest piece of garbage who don't want to talk about that or don't want to disclose that. That's not my fault that you're a fucking con man. That's not my fault that the first inkling that comes into your head is the lie about every little thing. That's not my problem. And it's not my burden to bear. I choose to laugh at it. I'm already watching the content. I might as well go ahead and respond to it. That's two birds with one stone. You can't be mad because people have an opinion of you. Especially when you're a fucking asshole who was quick to shit on those very people who have an opinion on you, and so they decided to take it to the next level. You brought this all on yourself, and for what? You got nothing out of it. And well, except for all this. And then you're going to just try to go ahead and shield yourself by saying it's jealousy or envy? That's insane. That's insane. You know what I'm saying? If that was the case, then why don't people go after bigger targets? And there are plenty of bigger targets. Shit, there's an underground Pokemon community that's fucking, that anybody could jump into if they really wanted to. Alinity is another one. There's a bunch of different hate groups out there hate watchers, I should say, on a lot of different people that you could jump into and you could make things happen for yourself. Certainly, you would probably get more exposure than you would doing dark side filler wings or low tier Gout content, even Amberlynn Reed or Chantel content. But people choose these people for a reason. It's not about fame. It's not about popularity. It's not about any of these things. These are all bullshit buzzwords that fucking lolcows use. It doesn't mean anything. You think anybody's going to be remembered? Like I want you to really think about this for a minute. You think anybody is really going to be written into the annals of anything on the internet because they troll Dark Side Phil? Really? In 15, 20 years, none of us will be remembered for any of this stuff. It'll be in this small little niche on the internet that people will stumble upon, watch a little bit of it, laugh at it, and then they'll move on with their day. That's what it'll come down to. That's what all this will eventually come down to. If this shit isn't wiped away from the internet to make space for something else that is they consider more relevant or more entertaining anyway. And that's the reality of it all. So you're sitting here crying over this thing now that you don't even have, right? And sooner than later, we're all going to get wiped off this. And that's the point. You put yourself in a position to live for the minute. And so you get everything that's worth. You didn't want to live for tomorrow. You didn't want to live for next week, next month, next year. If you did, you saved your money. If you did, you would have preserved your friendships. If you did, you would have thought a little bit. Remember some of that mental restraint that you would have used when you were talking shit about developers and all these other companies and shit. You put yourself out there to be an asshole. So now you're being treated as such. And you're too fucking lazy and too stupid to even wipe. Fuck you.
Someone who's constantly shitting on someone else like that on the internet, it's because that person themselves, they have such a huge shortcoming in their own lives and their own personal experiences that they feel like they have to try to drag down others who are successful to feel better about themselves. In reality, they are the losers. Because normal people who are successful don't sit around crapping on other people all day. They're too busy having a good life for themselves and enjoying life for themselves, right? I don't sit here on the stream and constantly just shit on others.
Fuck you. You're a liar.
Almost never would I do that unless someone did something to me first. Then I'll retaliate. But you're not going to hear me just sitting here crapping on other people for no fucking reason. You know? And that's pretty much the psychoanalysis of a troll. Someone who's so miserable in their own life that they have to try to delegitimize everything else around them. Yes, when you live stream and people crowdfund that stream via various methods, like we talked about, cheering, subbing, gifting subs, tipping, buying a shirt, pledging to a Patreon, or another crowdfunding thing. You know, some people have, God, I can't remember what it's called now, that crowdfunding website that everyone uses for actual concrete projects rather than just streaming. Why the hell can't I remember the name of it right now? I've completely had a brain fart. Right? So all those things are very valid methods of financing someone. Kickstarter, that's it. Yes, Kickstarter. But people will crap on that all the time and say, oh, it's not legit. And no, it's completely legit. You're just a fucking idiot. You know, the days of having to rely on an in-person 9-to-5 job are over. If anything, the pandemic has proven that to us, that most jobs can be done virtually from home. There are jobs, absolutely, that need to be done in person. Healthcare, you know, physical things like construction, stuff like that. But many, many, many jobs can be done over the internet. It's valid now. There's no excuse for someone to say, oh, live streaming isn't a job. No, you're just an idiot. You're just ignorant and you wish you could do it. You can't, so you shit on it. Because you're mad that you hate your own job. Right? You're miserable. So, sorry that you're miserable.
This vest is now a symbol of all of us who never give up, who basically say no matter what gets thrown against us in life, we're going to persevere through it. We're going to say fuck you to the haters, and we're going to be successful no matter what. That's what this has become.
Yeah, anyone
Now,
who shits on a...
just off that clip, because I had mentioned that earlier, that right there is a successful business, ladies and gentlemen. You constantly needing to leech off of others just so you can buy groceries, fight off chargebacks, keep yourself from going into overdraft. That right there, that vest is a successful business. Here, let me give you the visual. There you go. That works. You have Snort Burnell branded across his chest. That's hilarious. That right there is being successful, ladies and gentlemen. That's what this is. That's what success is. You turning on a stream and doing it every day and relying on other people to give you money doesn't make it a job. There are aspects of, or even really a career, so to speak. I mean, it can become those things if you want it to. But he has nothing guaranteed, ladies and gentlemen. If this idiot, let me give you an example. I'll try to be quick about this because Jesus Christ, there's so much more fun goodness to cut into today. If this idiot gets sick, which will eventually happen, and I'm not wishing this upon this man. You know what I'm saying? I don't wish death upon him. I don't wish illness upon anybody. But one day he will get sick. And when that day happens, he's not going to be able to stream. And if he can't stream, he can't make any money. But wait a second, ladies and gentlemen. If he had a guaranteed contract, right, he'd be all right. It'd be like if he was salary, theoretically. If he's sick, he can afford. If he gets really sick and he has to take a few days or a week or two off, he's not going to be hurting so bad. If that was his situation, if that was his circumstance. That's not his circumstance. If he gets sick, he's fucked. That means that's no money that comes in that day. If he can't sit there and beg people and hold games at hostage, right? And go ahead and spew all his problems and all his shortcomings financially and all the obligations he needs to basically oblige to. If he can't say those things, if he can't do any of those things, he's fucked. He's not paid to stream on Twitch. We already talked about that. If he's sick for a week, he's hurt. So now he has to run for. So now he can't appeal to this group of people that he begs for. That he begs for financial support from. So now he has to run to mommy and daddy. Well, why is that, ladies and gentlemen? Because he don't have no money in savings. He doesn't have a 401k. He doesn't have an IRA. He doesn't have a pension. Tell me what is there to be jealous of, ladies and gentlemen. If some of you get sick for a week, are you guys going to be hurting a little bit financially? Yeah, probably a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But it's not going to be like your end all be all per se. It's not even really going to be his, but he's going to be really hurting. That is potentially $1,200 lost. That's just in tips. Who knows how much he'd lose in subs and bits? And then that's a lack of YouTube ad revenue, which is debatable on how much he's making off that. He's going to really be hurt. And yeah, maybe they'll still give him some gifted subs. Maybe they'll still give him bits and so on and so forth. That's true. That's very true. It won't be nearly as much as what he would if he was actually on stream. He's not there because he wants to be there. He's not there because he loves what he does. He's there because he has no fucking choice. He really don't. He has no other options. There are no other prospects for him. This is it. Literally final destination. Why do you think he keeps saying, oh, I'm going to be here tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that, I'm not going nowhere? Yeah, because you have nowhere to go. You got nowhere to go, champ. This is it. This is last round. And you're so beat up. You're so beat up anyway. After this fight, I don't even think there's anything you could do. He's not physically able to do manual labor. Anything else that would require any other technical skills from him, it's going to be entry level. And he's going to be competing with people who are 30 years his junior. He's going to be hurting. So him staying in this fight, thinking that, you know what I'm saying, he never learned how to bob and weave. He never learned how to slip punches. He never learned how to counter hit. He never learned how to do anything. He took a big punch, which is going to hurt him more in the long run. He got back up and he threw a bunch of small jabs to the best of his ability, and it did no damage. And then the people that he did, you know, he did hurt, right? Or he did put them at some type of deficit. Next round, they came out and took that shit out of his ass with interest. So him being in all these fights doesn't do anything. It doesn't take anything away from me. It doesn't take anything away from Agent Proper or anybody else. James the Lesser, Snort Burnell, Mr. Huffstuff, or anybody else. He's the one who's going to lose at the end. He's already lost. He's just too dumb to give it up. And so the physical and mental anguish that comes from all that does what? That's going to be your badge of honor, being a fucking vegetable, so to speak. Think about that.
What gets thrown against us in life, we're going to persevere through it. We're going to say fuck you to the haters, and we're going to be successful no matter what. That's what this has become.
Yeah, anyone who shits on a job, reliant on tips, anyone who shits on an internet streaming job is just a jealous motherfucker. A little petty, pathetic person who their own life is fucked, and all they want to do is shit on other people for having a better life than them. Oh well. Maybe if you spent less time sitting around bitching about what other people have, and you actually focused on yourself, maybe you'd have a little bit of success in your life. But all you do is sit on the internet and troll on your little fucking stupid hater website with lolcows and shit. Oh, I can't believe it. Did you see what happened today? Did you see yesterday Phil hit the double vest street? Oh my god.
Whoa,
well,
is that a Kiwi Farms shout out? Oh. Okay. Big ups to the farms. That's funny though, because how does he know about that if he doesn't engage in anything that has anything to... If he doesn't engage with the negative aspects that people try to associate his content with? He doesn't follow haters, trolls, detractors, or critics. He doesn't follow any of their bullshit sites or anything. He doesn't follow any of their content they put out. But yet, he's quoted and outright taken shit from Detractor Twitter. That's where the 7 years of debunking stream came from. That right there was Dragon Killer's tweet. He took that and tried to pass it off as if it was his own. You know what I'm saying? He quotes shit from Kiwi Farms as if he was quoting shit from the Bible. And he clearly watches Detractor content because he's tried to take it down. And he probably still does. He still does try to take it down because he's certainly still watching it. Oh. Okay. Well, let me let Kiwi Farms get its shine.
Maybe, if you spent a little bit more time on yourself and your own life and happiness, you'd have a better time. But you're a loser.
He's toxic. Every fucking day he's toxic. Every day he's here, he's toxic. Yep, I'm toxic.
You sit there hating on others. This is what you do. You're a complete and utter waste of life. Because you don't understand you're never going to make something better for yourself if you just complain about others constantly. That's not how you do it. I did not make myself into an internet success. What? By sitting and crapping on others all day. I worked my ass off for it. I busted my ass putting out videos and content for people. I did it for 2.5 years on YouTube before I made a penny doing it. Because I loved it and because I said, if I work hard, maybe something will come of it. Who knows? Right? I am where I am because I sacrificed and I worked hard, not because I sat and bitched on the fucking internet about other people who did that and got successful. So, grow up, grow a pair, and shut the fuck up. No one cares about your bitching. This is hilarious. A troll said in the stream chat, we can't all just beg for money and make a living doing it. You're right. Instead, you sit on the internet bitching about people who are successful. So, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
Wait, but successful people don't worry about the hate that they get in whether in the business place, whether in social circles or anything. They're successful. At the end of the day, you let hate be hate and you just keep pressing forward. That's what successful people do. So theoretically, isn't he no different? Or isn't he actually relegating himself down to the very level of the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics by sitting here ranting about it? It sounds like you're paying as much attention to us or you're paying as much attention to us as we're allegedly paying to you. So how successful are you? How good is your life going? If that's the case, you sitting here bitching about what we doing. Shouldn't you be out there putting out the best content possible? Making all these people happy and shit? Laughing all the way to the bank because you have this dream job, this dream career that everybody else wishes they could have, but they don't? Okay, fair enough.
Bitch constantly, you're not going to be successful either. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, I don't like the way that guy makes a living. Instead of actually trying to make a living for myself that's better, I'll sit and complain about the guy who I don't like how he makes a living. Who's the loser here? You. You are the loser. You're the complete idiot. Not the person out there making it. You're the idiot. You. Because you put out nothing productive, nothing anyone likes. Maybe if you actually worked hard at something, people would like what you're doing and then they would want to support it. Guess what people don't support? People sitting and bitching on the internet. Because that's free. You get that for free, 24/7. Every single Twitch chat, every single social media outlet, you can see people bitching and whining like little babies about how everyone else has it better than them. So, that's what people will never pay you for. Sunlight Sword Spear, Cheery says, you're hating on Drake must mean that you're jealous of him making money by singing and not having to beg? Actually, no. I'm not saying that I'm jealous of him. I just don't think that he's very talented. I'm sorry. I just don't think the music he makes is good. And that's my opinion.
People think you're not talented, and people think that the content you put out isn't very good. And you call them haters and losers. Did we forget that narrative? Okay.
Anything about the guy as a person. I just don't think the music he makes is very good. The little of it that I've heard, I hate it. I think it's really stupid. It's for dumb people who like that crap. But that's my opinion. And you can disagree. And you can even like Drake's music.
And there goes back to that shielding I told you about. When everybody shits on him and shit, they're all being assholes, they're negative, they're fucking losers because they don't have good lives and so on and so forth. When he does it, oh, it's my opinion though. That's just my opinion. You guys, you can't be mad at me because it's my opinion. That's my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I get a free pass for that. Fuck out of here.
Because that's the awesome thing about humans is that we all have different opinions. We come from different walks of life, different life experiences. I like music with actual instruments, with actual people who have to write meaningful lyrics and perform. I don't like robot music that's shadow written by some fucking guy you never heard of, composed in a fucking computer.
Wait,
some guy says,
I thought you said you know nothing about the guy, but you know that Drake has ghostwriters? But I know nothing about the guy, though. Okay. Oh, big ups to Quentin Miller.
Blah, 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 into a microphone, and it's auto-tuned to become a song. Okay? That's my opinion, but you can disagree, and that's okay. That's totally okay.
Oh my god, I'm toxic, I'm fucked, I'm dead. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me. It's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Feel like
oh shit. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. That's the that was way more than what I was expecting. I have to say, I'm very appreciative of that one. Yikes. That was more than what I thought it was going to be. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's the beginning of that's the end of video number 1, and we will get into video number 2 shortly. We're going to go into a small music break, and I'll see you for the next one, for the next video, and in our broadcast. I'll see you guys in just a second. Holy shit. Oh, holy shit.
warn everyone. Warning. What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
Oh, dude, come on.
Oh.
It's good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the second video that will make up our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP. The duel of the century between Pig Roach and Gojitenks. Double vest goal again, and vest streak 10. This was published on February 15th of 2021, our year of Greece. The link to the actual video itself, the original, will be down in the description. Here we go.
Up right there to start. It did. On fight, I got screwed up because the fucking lag right there. I didn't do that. Yeah, bullshit. Yeah, none I can do because of the lag. He can do his charge moves, and with Balrog, his moves bully you. Basically, he always has hit advantage, Balrog. He's crazy good with his hitboxes and his hit recovery.
The Gout will be back, by the way. Like all the 2000, well, maybe not all of them, but we'll see. All of the 2021 Street Fighter streams we'll go over. We'll try to go over them. Let's say that. That's probably better than anything. But I will start getting back on those. All of the ones from 2020 will probably just go on the Fight Club channel. Maybe. I don't know. I'll spread them out. We'll see how it'll work out. But that is coming though. That will be coming back in the full play. I miss doing those.
Blah 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 blah. Oh, you totally lost me there. This is bullshit. Look, everything I do is delayed. Yeah, I can't even throw a fucking fireball. Yeah, this guy sucks, dude. His connection's terrible. I'm not gonna play. There's no point.
There's the salt. The delicious salt.
His connection is bad as hell, and I drops everything I do in the middle of the motion. I don't get the move. What? Again, drop my... Dude! It's dropping my move like crazy. I can't do anything. It's just dropping every move I fucking do. Every fucking move I do. It's ridiculous. I did it again! I can't do anything. I give up.
He's trying really hard to get that tiger uppercut. And yet again, he's probably got the motion down bad. Or, and this is something that I've been kind of theorizing for a little while, he's trying to shortcut it. And I don't think that works in the older versions. And the thing is, ironically enough, is during the Street Fighter 4 era, if you will, he used to actually criticize people who used the shortcut, saying that it was cheap and they weren't real players, if you will, because you shortcutted. But I feel like he's using some type of shortcut himself, or he's trying to buffer it, and it's obviously not working. So him taking these little shortcuts and stuff too is coming back to bite him in the ass. His fireballs are coming out just fine, but he can't get those uppercuts for some strange reason. Same thing with Fei Long as well. Same thing with DJ, actually, with some of his moves too. If Phil has to do it in a pinch, it doesn't come out. He needs actual time to do the motion. He can't do it on the fly. It's amazing how he got as far as he did all those years in the tournament scene.
It's completely unplayable. Every time I go to do an input, the game freezes and drops my move.
He rage quit! He rage quit! Oh my god, he rage quit! Are you fucking serious?
And this guy's the fucking... Why are you even playing that guy? Why would you even waste your time in that lobby? That's like the worst fucking connection. Nothing there is legitimate at all. I go to throw a fucking fireball, the game freezes. Oh wow, that's fun. Baldy chooses living the energy tonight. Already hit the tips goal. No stress. Chat's great. There's the possibility of a double vest. I don't think there is. I really don't think there is. Take a look. Since the stream started, we haven't had a single new tip. Right? There hasn't been a single one, so I don't think so, dude. I don't think there's gonna be any more tips tonight. I think we're good. But I'm good with where we are, so. Nice move. I don't think I can do anything to this, what she's doing. I think it's guaranteed hits for her. Wow. Yes, finally got one. Wow.
Yeah, she's literally, whoever the player is, they're literally putting up a wall. Like, really, really well done, too. Like, you see really good air-to-airs, or really good anti-airs, and then went lightning legs on the ground. It's just one giant wall. And every time Phil runs into it, he gets hit. And which kind of sucks for the character he's using, because he needs to get close. He needs to get close. I wonder, though, if he actually tries to go for one of Zangief's like Zangief's running powerbomb, if you will. If he did that on like the last frames of Chun-Li's lightning legs, I wonder if it would actually catch her and actually hit. I'm kind of curious about that.
Guaranteed. She's a broken character in that she has weird hitboxes that have insane priority.
Basically, here's a whiny baby.
Oh my god. Oh my god, you see the lag? Dude, there's no way. I'm not gonna win this.
My bad. Maybe, I think that was hyper fighting. I don't think that was super turbo. I don't think. I think it's, in super turbo it might work. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not really familiar with Zangief on that level like that. But it could. It doesn't hurt to try it at least.
Oh, dude, look at the lag. I can't even pick my fucking character against him. The connection's so fucking bad. Eugene cheered, so why not do a cooking stream with surprise her with dinner because I have to work. She's not gonna be home anyway. She'll be at work. I can't pick my super.
And here we got Gojitenks, so this should be really good. Also, as it pertains to the cooking streams, he already tried to pass that off on people back in like 2017 and a little bit of 2018, and they didn't bite it, and for good reason. Like I said, they were trying to protect not just Catherine, but they were trying to protect him too. You know what I'm saying? By any ridicule that may have come out of some of those streams. They did him a favor. They did him a solid. Like, they did him a real solid. And because he thinks of everything in the short term, he's mad because he didn't get the profits that could have came from something like that. But I mean, sometimes money isn't everything. I mean, in Phil's world, if you said that, he'd call you a fucking idiot. But money isn't everything, especially if you're going to exploit yourself or others like that. Maybe, just maybe, that's an L, so to speak, that you should just take, because he can't see the win for what it is.
Dude, it's so laggy. I'm out of here after this. This is why I want to fucking play Gojitenks. This connection gets worse every time I play him. Look at this. Come on. This is unplayable. Unplayable bullshit. Oh my god.
Oh wow, there it goes.
There you go,
Phil.
play
Fight him
now?
out.
Did you turn off your fucking stupid download, you idiot? Holy fuck, dude. No, here it comes again. Oh my god, so much lag! I can't punish anything he does to the lag. I couldn't super jump. The super jump canceled. When you get a free move after that and it didn't come out because no super. Is that what I did? I did overhead. Holy fuck. Can't do anything, too laggy. Can't do anything! I did Wake Up EX, doesn't work. Wake Up EX catches the kick. It doesn't come out because of the lag. This fucking sucks. This guy, I hate playing Gojitenks. Look at this.
Okay.
The match will get...
Well, this is a very unique situation, to say the very least. That's some pretty incredible shit. It's almost like the internet connection itself is actually a detractor. That's that's something spectacular, I gotta tell you. Holy shit, that's impressive. I gotta say, holy fuck, bro. Lag was that was a rough one. But that was a rough one on both sides, though. You can clearly tell that they both were struggling, and Phil had the advantage, and somehow he fucked it up as usual with life and everything else he does.
End. The match won't even end. The dude is so fucking laggy. You suck. You suck. I can't do anything. I can't move for more than a tenth of a second without the game freezing. Look at this. I did a move. Why play this? Why is this fucking idiot still playing? What a waste of everyone's fucking time. Yes, I get swept. Dude, oh my god! Unplayable. Yo, it's so unplayable, it's ridiculous. Sure. Right. Oh, I can do anything? Oh my god! I could have timed that hit him out of the air if it wasn't laggy. This is impossible. This is impossible to play. Go.
I'm sorry. I'll save any comments I have, I guess, until the last round because this is fucking incredible. This is really special. I gotta tell you, holy shit.
Right, I can't do anything. Wow, dropped my input completely. Oh my god, dude! This is ridiculous! Come on, man! Stop freezing! Holy fuck! Drop all the inputs. Jump! Kick! Oh my god! Can't block. I can't do anything here. Yes. Yes! One block! Oh my god, I almost died because of fucking lag. What the fuck? I almost lost because of the lag. He did super, I couldn't do anything, I couldn't block it, dude, what the fuck? You win.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
Holy shit. Alright. That was some really wild shit. I definitely want to try to do a Gojitenks for Street Fighter for this particular stream because I want to see what Phil's connections were to other people before this Gojitenks fight. To be honest, because we all know Phil's internet is shit. He can say whatever he wants to say about so on and so forth, but his internet's shit, and he has a really bad connection too. More often than not, because he's had matches with Gojitenks that have been flawless. You know what I'm saying? He bitched and complained about a little lag spike here, a little lag spike there, but he just got outplayed. That was rough. That by far was probably one of the worst matches, worst connection matches him and Gojitenks ever had. By far, I don't think I've ever seen one that bad. That was really, really wild. Funny nonetheless. It was definitely entertaining, but that was a rough match. That was definitely a rough match. Holy shit.
That was fucking insane right there. That was insane. One of the worst matches ever. So anyway, She's on Network Gaming had resale for 2 months. Here's to some more sets. Thank you very much. What? Why do I have to play him again? What?
Excellent.
Yo.
Big ups to Goji though, either which way. But yeah, that was definitely an interesting match. Now the question is, does Phil quit this lobby now that he has to go up against Gojitenks again? That's the real question.
Oh fuck this. I just beat him and said I have to play him again. Fuck that piece of shit. I'm out of there. No way. I beat him and I have to play him again. Fuck that shit. Because people, supported me enough this week. I can't play, by the way. That's the troll who ruins the lobby.
Aw, there was Jose. Big ups to Jose.
Terrible. Look at that! You saw it skip the frame entirely? I didn't do that, I did stomp. I did stomp and the game gave me standing roundhouse, meaning it didn't even count my duck at all. That was a good parry. But that guy's unplayable. It's unplayable. It's skipping too many frames of animation. You saw it looked really, really choppy. It didn't look smooth like normal third strike does. The game was actually skipping half of the frames of animation during the match.
Now, yet again, that right there was some of the same complaints he used to make when he first started playing against Gojitenks. Over a year ago, I think, at this point. That's the same type of complaints he used to make and shit, despite the fact that he was just getting outplayed more often than not. So just keep that in mind. But wow. And if that's the case, then yet again, the connection issue could very well be on Phil's side of it. To be honest, but either way, it could have gone either which way, I suppose.
Dude, he's so embarrassed he quit the fucking room. He's like, "Fuck this shit." God damn, that's bad.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I received a tip, a verified tip, $115 from 7 of 9. Ladies and gentlemen, we have doubled the tips goal tonight. Alright, so first of all, let's get this up on the leaderboard.
Now all we gotta do is wait and see if that shit gets charged back in like 4 months. I guess we just have to wait and wait that out. I feel like a lot of these large contributions from these names that you really haven't heard of, they're gonna be just big chargebacks in like 3 or 4 months. I can't guarantee it, but I feel like that's what we're seeing. You're seeing the groundwork for it.
That means we're actually going to do a double vest, if you can believe it, alright? So what we need to do is do another poll to determine the color of the other vest. Camo, alright. So let's see how I can do this. I have to wear 2 vests. This will be interesting. A 2-vest night. A 2-vester. This is incredibly stupid. This is incredibly dumb. Camo on one side, platinum on the other. You can't really see the camo. It doesn't really stand out. Yeah, it doesn't really stand out at all. It's very hard to see, actually. It is what it is.
Yes, money is a priority. It has to be. I have to pay the bills to stay here and do this as a job.
Double vest streak 1? Yes. The double vest streak starts now at 1. Will it continue tomorrow? No, it will not. It definitely will not. Oh my god.
Wow. Wow! Yeah. He knows the zoning well. I didn't want that. I can't get my moves out. Nope. Can't get my moves out. Oh, that was good. He got medium punch. I was trying to cross over. Because of the stage. Wow, why did that hit me? He's gonna hit me. Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, he tried to throw me, and I did my move, which should have an invincibility frame, but apparently it's so short, his headbutt stuffed it. Man.
But here's the thing: if he was going for a throw, well, I guess you could say it was that might have been an option to select. Now that I think about it, that could have been. But here's my thing, though. For all the years he's played Sim or Dazim, you would think he'd have a better understanding of Slim's moves and his spacing and so on and so forth. And he kind of just kept galloping himself right into those hits. He should know better. He should know better. Oh well, I'll just throw that out there, but Jesus Christ.
No flip. What? That's bullshit. I can't block. It sucks. My moves drop, and he gets tons of counter hits in, which result in giant counter hit damage and dizzies and shit.
Whining, complaining.
That's good. I like how he's interrupting the roll. I like that. Nope. Whoa! What the fuck? Why did it whiff? Come on!
Actually, there's a sequence there in the corner that I'm wondering, why didn't he go for Yoda Flame instead of Yoga Fire? And the reason why is Yoda Flame would have been out there longer, so even after he performs the backflip, the moment he lands, I think he would have to be forced to take the hit. And even if not, he'd be put in well, maybe that's why. Maybe because on block, if Phil was able to block it, maybe he would take less. Maybe he would be able to recover quicker. Let me see if I can bring that back to you guys, just so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, like I said, I'm gonna try to get as close to it as possible.
Good. I like how he's interrupting the roll. I like that. Nope. Whoa! What the fuck? Why did it whiff?
There, when you kind of just saw, it was like the previous frame, he ends up doing a backflip. This guy throws Yoga Flame, and then he throws or Yoga Fire, sorry, and then he goes for that crouch. I was wondering why he just didn't do Flame, because I think he have the range, and I think Phil would be still vulnerable anyway. But the chip block might not have been worth it, and maybe he would have been vulnerable. Maybe Phil would have recovered quicker off the block, and so that's why he went for Yoda Fire and then went for this crouching here instead. Crafty. Come
on! I don't like that, because that's mashing. He's not timing that throw, he's just mashing punch, and the game is randomly determining he gets it. It's stupid.
Oh, you're gonna get salt, 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 salt. It's, oh, even now, again, my mouth overpowered with salt flavor.
Over and over.
Just take the L. Like, it's the guy, whoever this is, I should say. They're obviously a pretty good player. You know what I'm saying? And there's some really crafty, there's some pretty crafty maneuvering, I'm sorry, that's going on right now. Like, just take the L. Just take the loss on it. Like, the guy is pretty fucking good, to be honest with you. And he's certainly his gameplay is or his dodging play is definitely fleshed out. It's fleshed out pretty well, I think. Jesus Christ, just take the L on it. He's good. Just accept it. There's nothing wrong with losing to a better player.
Get away from me, trying to fucking throw me. Ooh. Take my claw! You fucker, I want my claw! You won't give it to me! He won't give it to me! Oh no! Good move. No! Oh, it's beautiful! Wow!
He deserved that. That claw costed him. That claw costed him, because most Vega players would leave it and whatnot, try to go in it anyway, try to fight it out, and then slowly but surely maneuver their way back. Instead, Phil kind of showed his desperation, and so when the guy finally ended up allowing him to get the claw, Phil had to take the hit to get it. He was making his intentions too apparent, too transparent, if you will, and it kind of came back to haunt him later. Yikes! You should never let somebody, especially in a fighting game, have that type of, to be able to gather that much information about you. Because you got to understand, as you're fighting, as in any fighting game, really, you guys it's information gathering while reacting, right? And while planning, all in one. You know what I'm saying? And if you're someone like in that situation where you're so desperate to get that claw back because you're scared to essentially get up close, or at least how it can be perceived, someone can certainly take advantage of that later. And in most of those close range encounters they had, Phil was losing. He was, you know what I'm saying, at best he's trading, but he's certainly losing most of those engagements. So yet again, that goes back into the psychology of it all. And he should just know better at his age. He could still lose to a better player, but he should know better. Especially if you play these people over and over and over again. Eventually people pick up on those little nuances.
You may have noticed something. I completely inadvertently realized something earlier today. After my stream ended of Super Mario 3D World earlier today, I was updating everything for the second stream. And as I was doing it, and as I started uploading videos, I was like, wait a minute. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can believe it, we're on a new vest streak. Inadvertently. I had no idea. It wasn't like I was, trying to get this to happen or even talking about it all week, but it's happened. We have hit the tips goals Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now earlier today. That is 9 straight streams that we hit the tips goals on my stream. Alright? Now, I'm certainly not saying that I expect that we're going to hit the tips goals every night, but I said, what the hell? Since it looks like we might hit number 10 tonight, let's just throw it up there on the leaderboard. I don't think we're going to, by the way.
It's greed. It's greed. Greed is massively strong. I have no fucking self-control.
Immortals Phoenix Rising, we don't typically get that many people on those streams, and in addition, whenever I play it late, we don't get a lot of attention on the streams. It's usually when I play it as an earlier stream, more people will come out for it and support it. I am not expecting to hit the tips goal tonight, okay?
Nope, that's my lie. Got him. Got him.
Lie there, you liar, you.
I'm good at lying.
But, what the hell? I mean, we hit 9 straight streams, might as well at least mention it, acknowledge it, right? So we got that up there again. If we do hit vest streak of 10 tonight by hitting the tips goal, it will continue. Tonight, since basically everything's kind of resetting, we'll just reset everything. So all the vests will be eligible tonight. If we do hit the tips goal, we'll...
He doomed himself. Here's the thing. And we already touched on this previously, but Jesus Christ. If you're about to hit the 10th vest streak, you're on your road to it, if you will, and you didn't notice, it was inadvertently, that you were already on 9 of them. Why didn't you just wait until you hit 10 and then tell them? You know what I mean? Or even 15 or whatever, right? Like, because you're not putting an emphasis on it, right? Except for that whole double vest streak nonsense, or double vest goal. He was bettering his chances. If he had waited until, let's say, 10, maybe even 15, and then announced it, that might have given him more leverage. But instead, you announce it at 9, right? And then you're gonna go ahead and allow the trolls and everything to come out and make fun of you over it. And he killed it before it even had a chance to fucking mature. Still, not even wasn't even really in its adolescence at that point. God damn, Phil, you're dumb. You're really dumb. He's so desperate to try to announce his wins and then try to discount that in the same breath. But he's so desperate to try to announce his wins that he's one of the reasons why it ends up dying out. Damn, dude. You're so desperate to be acknowledged, but then it only hurts you in the end. Fucking hey, bro. What a dumbass. Alright, let's continue.
We'll just say a poll between beige, blue, red, platinum, and camo. Most people don't vote for gray anyway, so those will be the 5 vests that are eligible tonight if we hit the tips goal at $100. Alright? Now remember, one of the new things we're doing is if we double the tips goal, I'll put on 2 different vests at once. We did this last night during the Street Fighter stream. It was ludicrously stupid, but people thought it was funny.
Mark McCauley says, hint, hint. Dude, no hint, hint. I'm outright telling you, I really would appreciate some help via tipping. That's not a hint.
But anyway, yeah, like, the vest streak is not serious. If it continues for a length of time, then maybe we can talk about, oh my god, maybe we'll bring back the vest celebrations again. But at this point, I don't think it's going to continue. So we're not even going to consider that right now, okay?
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
So basically, anyone here who's going to be sitting here and just talking constantly about a vest streak is going to get banned. I'm not even going to fucking play around. I'm just going to immediately ban you when I see it. Ban on sight. Because everyone knows the stream is not about the vest streak. I'm not going to make it about the vest streak. It's something silly, it's something nice that it happened again for 9 straight streams, but I'm not making the entirety of the stream about it, and if you bring it up, unless you're going to contribute to make it happen, guess what? I'm going to ban your ass, and I don't care. No tolerance, no bullshit this time around. I've had enough of your horse shit. Seriously. Because it's the same fucking trolls who think, oh look, here's something positive happen. Let's ruin it for everyone by acting like fucking troll dickheads. Nope, you're fucked. By the way, it's pretty sure that there will be no vest streak tonight with $1 tip, and that's it. Just saying. Probably ain't going to continue. There's another idiot.
It's like the vest. It literally is turning into the vest streak all over again. Those slow, those slow streams, or even those slow night streams, where there's only like 5, 6, maybe even $10 on the board, and that's it. Oh, guys, only got an hour and a half left, and we only have $10 on the. Only got $10 on the leaderboard right now. I think the vest streak's about to end, guys. If you guys really want to, if you guys really want to keep the vest streak alive, hopefully you guys will support. If not, we're gonna end it at 157 or whatever. It sounds like that all over again. Holy shit. Almost word for word too. That's hilarious. It's hilarious. And now we're gonna ban people from saying vest streak, which is stupid, because if some of the usual whales or pay piggies come in and look at the chat and see vest streak in the chat, they're like, oh shit, the vest streak started, and maybe that would motivate them to contribute to it. Yet again, cutting our own throat. Not even giving it a chance to mature yet. Just killing it outright. Jesus Christ.
Again, as I said earlier tonight, I don't think we're going to get it. Considering now we're at $3 in tips out of the 100 that we need to continue the vest streak, I think it's safe to say we could stop talking about the vest streak and just relax on it and play the game, because I don't think it's continuing at this point. We need a real big Hail Mary here in the next hour, and I doubtful it's going to happen, so I think we could stop focusing on that. Okay. Spawn Killer sent me $2. Am I doing another vest streak? Well, Spawn Killer, inadvertently, I realized we have hit 9 straight streams where we hit the tips goal. 9 in a row. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then earlier today. So that's why I kind of said, oh my god, vest streak go 9? I can't believe it happened. But we're not doing it tonight, obviously. Here we are, an hour into the stream, over an hour into the stream, and we're at $5. So there's no way we're hitting it tonight. So it was short-lived.
Medea promised to help
In fact, here, I'll just fucking get rid of it.
For his
Forget it.
marriage.
Forget it. I give up.
Protecting the golden
Ayúdame, por favor. Es muy importante. I know this fucking vest looks stupid. I don't care. If people like it, they like it. And if people are gonna be supportive, people are gonna be supportive for it. You know what I'm saying?
But he was lying to himself. he was lying to himself because Detractor Twitter and Kiwi Farms was roasting his ass on the regular for that shit. It was, and then, like I said, like when I started with the Mr. Potato Head wrapped in aluminum foil, I mean, I don't even think he even heard that, but even still, that shit was funny. I got a good chuckle out of that shit. That shit was wild. But yeah, he was fucking hurt by that shit. He was hurt by every little thing that's fucking said about him. And that's one of the reasons why, honestly, he shouldn't even be on the internet. Not saying I'm saying that he should be canceled. I'm just saying he's obviously too sensitive to this shit. And more importantly, this may honestly be one of the shortcomings of being an internet content creator, and I use that term loosely, or a live streamer. If you're too sensitive to every little thing that's said about you, you just shouldn't be up there. And like I said, as we used with Pokimane earlier on, she's at the top of her fucking game, bruh. You know what I'm saying? She's at the top of her fucking game, racking in, I'm sure, millions of dollars a year. And she's still worried about a couple of faceless people online that she's never going to meet and she may have never talked to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even her compensation, what she's getting out of this situation, isn't enough that she feels the need to cry about that shit occasionally. And then you got Phil, who's on the complete other opposite side of the spectrum. This is all he has. At the end of the day, fuck the fan base, man. They're just there to be bled. You know what I'm saying? They're cattle to the slaughter. The only thing he has is what people says about him. That's the only thing that he really values. That's the only thing that he really values. And he's frustrated because, in actuality, he doesn't like free speech. He doesn't think people should be able to say whatever they want about him. Unless they're agreeing with him, of course. But if it's anything against him, he feels like they shouldn't have the right to. He'll sit there and tell you, oh, I don't care what they say. They have their right. They have their opinion. And, you know, it doesn't bother me. But it clearly does. It clearly bothers you. It clearly affects you in I'd have to say, a very unhealthy sort of way. And don't get me wrong, it's online. We've all, you know what I'm saying, felt a certain type of way about, I assume, a bunch of things at one time or another. You keep it pushing. If you don't like it, get the fuck offline. If not, then guess what? You move past it and you keep it going. Take whatever you can from criticism and discard the rest. If it can be useful to you to make you better, then great. If it's just shit for the sake of shit, discard that shit and keep it pushing. Because at the end of the day, what else? You're just going to be resentful like Phil. And that's not going to get you anywhere. That's just going to give people more reason to dogpile on you. No pun intended. And you would think all the years online he would know that. He would realize that. But he don't. Because his ego's too fucking small. It's the only thing he's ever done in his fucking miserable life that he's ever gotten any recognition for. And even after all these years, and despite everything that he's thrown away, certainly everything that he's lost, he can't give it up. Even though it doesn't even exist in its original form anymore. Take that in.
Yes. It has been a slow night. It's been pretty much one of the slowest contribution nights in a long time.
Expand Dong, that would be pretty dumb. He says, do you think that anyone who's verified will actually try to charge back? That would be the dumbest thing they could do, because I'm not kidding you, PayPal will go after you for that. Like, that's why PayPal has verified accounts, to prevent fraud. So if you try to commit fraud with a verified account, you're screwed. They're going to come after you and try to get the money from you and or get you into legal trouble. So that would be incredibly stupid.
Oh, I gotta take a sip. Incredibly slow night tonight for support. It is what it is. The stream's adjourning in about 15-20 minutes, and we've got $5 in tips and almost no cheers and no subs. And not much you can do about it, though. Every
he did it all to himself. You wanted people to forego the cheers and the subs to go ahead and give you tips, right? You already deleted the vest streak, the vest streak up at the top, so that's gone. I mean, you've already abandoned it. So why do you expect other people to care? It's just like with YouTube. If you think about it, he says that YouTube's a terrible platform, it's a terrible business, and he's moved on from it. But yet you say it's an archive. But then you keep and he says it's an archive channel. It doesn't have any value. It's just a place I put my content for people who still watch it on YouTube. You basically pissed on the YouTube community, your YouTube community, I should say, by saying stuff like that and by relegating them to the lowest possible fucking common denominator. At the same time, why are you always bitching and complaining about ad revenue when you've moved on past it? Oh, because he says it's still part of his income. Stop. He didn't want to show it that type of respect. He relegated it to being an archive channel, so that's how people treat it. That's why he gets like less than 1,000 fucking views on some of the content over there. It shouldn't be that way. And he shouldn't have sat there and said it's an archive channel. He shouldn't have relegated the YouTube audience to that lowest common denominator. And the reason why I can say that is, go back to all his little begging videos where he says YouTube needs to step up. I really need you guys' support. If you guys really love what I do on YouTube and you've been with me for a long time, I need you to really try to support me. If you can't come to the streams, that's fine, but you can still send me a tip or whatever. But when you relegated them to nothing more than an archive, they're just that old pair of New Balances that are in the fucking back of the closet and shit, and they're really not a priority anymore. So by saying stuff like that, he fucked himself over. And that's not a stretch or a reach, that's what happened. And when people feel like they're being devalued, if they're smart, they tend to move on. Because why would you just let someone shit on you for the sake of shitting on you? You know what I'm saying? Especially after everything that you've done for them. Why would anybody feel the need to do that?
Great. It was weird because I had realized that inadvertently, without realizing it, we had a 9-stream streak of hitting the tip skull. 9. So it was almost all week long. And so I actually put up on the stream tonight, best streak of 9! Exclamation point. Because I was like, dude, it wasn't inadvertent, but man, we did it. So might as well celebrate, right? And now we have the slowest stream I've had in months. So I guess maybe it wasn't worth celebrating, or maybe, you know. But it is what it is. I'm still happy. You know, support's been really great recently. I'm not going to complain because one night we had a slow night. It's not a big deal. I just received a $24 tip from Kisala. Shout out to Kisala, now the biggest tipper of the night. So we are now up to $50 in tips with like 5 minutes to go, actually. So we're definitely not hitting the tips goal. It looks like it's the end of the streak, but thank you to these people who have rallied last minute to at least support me here at the end of the stream. Whale, in general, is a term that generally means someone who contributes a lot to anything. It could mean you contribute a lot to a content creator, you contribute a lot to a cause, you contribute a lot to a game. Yeah, detractors would say, oh, contributing to Phil on his streams, you're a whale. Looks like we're going to end the
Well, the fact that you said that you contribute a lot to a game, kind of, one could take it as you kind of low-keyed exposed yourself with that WWE Champion situation. But make of that what you will.
Guys. It was nice, though. 9 straight days of the vest was awesome. So thank you guys for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? I just received another $30 tip. This one is from Shion, and that means we just hit the tip skull at the last possible minute of the stream. We did it.
Good luck.
I can't believe we did it at the last minute, but we just did it. So there's no time to pick a vest, so I'm just going to grab the platinum one again. Because I'm only going to be wearing it for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. One, it's funny how the game said good luck. That was kind of hilarious. 2, he didn't even have this enthusiasm in his wedding pictures, or his wedding photos, whatever. He really didn't show that. But it's only Money and John that essentially is the only times that he kind of exhibits that type of enthusiasm. You know what I mean? It's kind of glowing, so to speak, minus the filter, of course, is really over those 2 situations, and that's it. He doesn't even talk this fondly about his parents. He doesn't even speak this fondly about them like this. That's a shame, to be honest with you, where your love for money essentially trumps everything else, and he's lost so much over it. You know, that's really sad when you really think about it from that standpoint.
Yes, so we did it. So now, actually, ladies and gentlemen, it's official. We're at a vest streak of 10. It's official. We've now hit 10 straight streams where we hit the tip skull, guys. Holy crap. It's last minute this time. Well, we did hit it. Let me grab the vest quickly. What's hilarious is idiots going crazy. Oh, where's the tips audit? I did. I actually audited those tips. I just did it while the game was playing. While the cutscene was going and everything, I was clicking around in my PayPal and I verified they're real. So there you go.
Extra doubt on that, but all right then.
Oh man. All hail the vest, praying to the vest. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Still has
all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a small break because I didn't realize how long the first episode went. I wasn't expecting what came out of that. That shit was fucking crazy. So I'm gonna take a small break. To you guys, it won't feel like anything. Like it's just a normal day in the life, so to speak. It'll be a really smooth transition. But I will see you guys soon. We'll just say that. But for you guys, it'll literally be a couple seconds. Holy shit.
Go for it.
Right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
As usual tonight, if you cheer, sub, or tip, I will give you a shout out. I appreciate all contributions. We have tips goals in effect. If we raise $50 in tips, I'll put on the gunner glasses, and at 100 I'll put on a vest, and all vests are eligible. We did not hit the tips goal earlier today, which ended the vest streak at 10.
Oh, holy shit. Sometimes you're not ready for the fail, even if it's right in front of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the sorry, it's been a little bit third video. All right, we're here with the third video. Sorry, we're here with the third video that make up our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP, Vestry. I'm sorry. Oh gosh, I'm feeling incredibly cheerful today. Vestreak ends at 10. Divinity Original Sin 2 in $20. First the money, then a new vest. This was published on February 16th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. Okay. I'm sorry for my lack of professionalism. Oh, this is what happens when you don't appreciate nothing, though. This is really what happens when you don't appreciate anything. Oh my god. All right, here we go.
Which was still very appreciated. I mean, that was what? 4 straight days? 5 straight days of hitting all the tips goals. And I was very appreciative of that. But now, it's all back to 0. Wah, wah. Oh well. Not a big deal. And like I said, I wasn't expecting that it was going to be going on for very long anyway. It was something completely random that happened, okay?
This guy is 1,000,000% a pathological liar and a sociopath.
Now, FYI, I've been telling you guys for the longest time that once we finish Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I'm starting up Divinity Original Sin 2. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is official. I have purchased Divinity Original Sin 2.
My real name is Bozo.
Yes. And I want to say thank you to you guys who over the past few days have been giving me information about it. Because, quite frankly, I probably would have just ran to PSN and bought it digitally. But thank you so much for telling me that's the bad decision and the stupidest thing I could do. Because, ladies and gentlemen, right now, on PlayStation Network, the definitive edition of Divinity Original Sin 2 for PlayStation 4 is $60. That same exact game is $20 on Amazon.
Oh my god!
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to contribute and help me out, please by all means do. I'll be honest with you, yesterday was a very slow support.
Okay, don't be wrong. I agree with him. It's big ups to whoever it was in the audience that told him that he could find the game for cheaper. Absolutely. Absolutely. Here's my question. As it pertains to older games, or the few games, and I do mean that, well, there's a lot of games he skips, but you know what I mean. The few games that he doesn't play day one, does he not shop around and see if Amazon, because he has Amazon Prime, does he not shop around and see if he could get it on Amazon Prime for cheaper instead of just going to PSN, the PSN store, or Xbox, or Xbox Live, or even Nintendo Shop to buy the game? Like, if for someone who's in financial straits all year round, by the way, you would think that if he would be a bit more, I don't know if I should actually say the word thrifty, but he should be a little bit more conservative with his game funds, or the people who send him game funds. Excuse me. You know what I mean? Excuse me. Does that not seem like a thing? Or plausible, I should say? Or did someone actually just buy the game for him and send it to him? Because he waited till the last minute like this, or damn near the last minute, I should say. It makes me wonder, did someone just purchase it for him? Or did someone say, hey, put this on your Amazon wish list and I'll purchase it? Which would have been helpful as well. I'm just throwing it out there. Just a question. Just a question.
Day. We did not hit any tip skulls. In fact, we only got halfway to one tip skull. The other stream, we only raised $19. Cheering was also slow, and subbing was slow. Everything was slow yesterday. So, being that this is my final streaming day of the week, it would be great if we could make up for that a little bit. If you guys really like what I do and you support it, please contribute today if you can. There is no preferred method of contribution. Right now, if you cheer, you sub, you gift a sub, or you tip, all those things are great and help me out equally. Although, if you do tip me, I can use those funds right away. And tomorrow is my day off where I need to spend some funds on essential things. So,
Just a reminder, guys, if you want to help me out, and please, if you can today, please tip me. Like I said, yesterday tips were really, really light, and tomorrow I'm actually going out earlier than usual this week. So any tips you today are going to directly help me, like afford my groceries and stuff tomorrow. So please tip me if you can today, okay, guys?
Remember, contributions aren't mandatory.
People are bored of the old vest. The fact that the same two fucking vests get picked every time, new ones might motivate people. Again, if we're not consistently doing it, why would I spend more money on it? It doesn't even make sense what you're saying. It would be one thing if, like, okay, we're hitting the vest goal all the time, and now people are bored with the vest. Okay, maybe I'll order a few. We're not. It's not even something that's frequent. It was a rare thing that happened this week because I told you guys I needed support to afford bills and buy Mario. So people stepped up. But after that, immediately you noticed it ended. Immediately tapered off. Yesterday, so again, if it's something that happens consistently again, if it's something that people obviously really enjoy and they want to see continue, then I'll consider putting some money into buying new vests. I'm not going to buy the vests first and then I never use them. I have 6 already. 6!
Spend all your money on me.
Cashmere Goat resale for 17 months and a new vest for the
Keep in mind, though, too, one vest which kicked off the vest streak he's owned for years, that was in his closet collecting dust until he finally waddled his ass downstairs to go get it. The most popular of all of the vests was the platinum one. Another viewer bought him another one, and the other 3 he purchased on his own, I believe, if I remember correctly. I know 2 of them were purchased by somebody. He owned one prior, and then the other 3 he purchased. He probably didn't even need to buy those, because I think the red one was supposed to be a playoff Back to the Future, failed miserably. I don't know, can't remember what the situation is with the camo, unless that was sent to him. There's a gray vest. There's a blue one, or like a navy blue one. The point being is 3 of those vests he didn't even need to buy. The platinum vest in the original kind of carries the day, plus the 3rd one that a fan purchased for him. Another fan, I should say, purchased for him. That's all kind of he really needed. You know what I mean? He didn't need to purchase the other 3, and I don't know what he was going to do. Build his own little personal snorty armada of vests and shit? I don't know where he was going to go with that. Because at the end of the day, the platinum vest was going to win. Essentially, it wins like 85% of the time. It is the most asked for vest outside of the original. So I don't know. I feel like he kind of blew. What I think somebody said he paid like $30 for those, maybe like 10 to 15 bucks a piece, let's say. So he may have spent $30 or $40 he didn't need to, and still doesn't really benefit him to this very day. Just to give them the illusion that he cared, or that he was as excited about this as they were. Keep in mind, he threw $30 in on vests, and yet he made like almost $30,000 off of it. You see the comparison?
Just explain, yes, but I need to have people actually hit the streak then. See what I'm saying? If the streak had continued, if it didn't end yesterday like it did, and if yesterday wasn't an incredibly slow day for support, if the streak had continued yesterday and it kept going on for another week, I probably would have been like, shit, it's back. All right, I'll order some new vests, we'll gear back up, we'll do vest celebrations again. I would have went right back into where we were last year. That didn't happen. So why am I going to waste time and effort on something that's already ended? Come on, use your head.
Show me the money. Show me the money. Whoa. There it is.
I said this before, I'll say it again. In regards to lol cows, the lol cow themselves is not the most pathetic thing about the situation. It's the people who create a community around a certain person just to harass them and try to ruin their lives. It's the people who participate in the trolling and the lol cowism that are the most pathetic. Not the person who they're actually making fun of. Right? It really is true. I waste all my time just trolling someone on the internet who I don't know, and I think they're pathetic, so I'll just continue.
Holy shit, we're talking about this again? Give me just a second. Let's see. When was the last time you spoke about lol cows, Phil? Let's see here. Okay, there's Snort Burnell coming through on the clutch. February 6th of 2021. Rant about modern trolling. You are more of a loser than the lol cows in Gout versus ear infection. So he just talked about that. Let's see where we're at now. He literally talked about that 10 days ago, give or take. Jesus, Phil. Kiwi Farms must have been eating his ass. No pun intended. As it pertains to... They must have been just eating away at him. They must have really been eating away at him on fucking Kiwi Farms. Because, goddamn, dude, you still got that shit on the brain? That many days later? Wow, bruh. Alright, let's hear some more.
Don't make fun of them, make conspiracy theories about them. You're the loser, not the person who you're making fun of. That person likely is a person on the internet having a good time with life, just trying to do their fucking thing. And you're the one who's actually systematically wasting your life to harass them. You are the actual lol cow. You.
Phil is a lol cow. Phil's a lol cow. They call me a lol cow. DarkSide Phil the lol cow.
Lol cow, lol cow. You're the joke. You're the laughing stock. You're the one wasting all your fucking time on Kiwi Farms and watching stupid doctored videos on YouTube. You're the idiot. Not the person who you're making fun of.
Wait, stupid doctored videos on YouTube? Wow, we're knee deep. We're almost, yeah, we're definitely waist deep at this point in Kiwi Farms. Holy shit! And that was, I think, around that time. That was actually rather recent. Let's continue to see what else he has to say about it.
Lives vs. Soul Choosing. Can we set a sub goal to 1,000 and get new DSP in the shower content? No.
That not amount seriously, the problem in people who just observe lolcows and say they don't harass anyone are still directly involved in amplifying and reinforcing people who do harass, and they're intrinsically related. That said, Boogie is a weird motherfucker. That's right, and I don't mean about Boogie, I mean about what you're saying. I know for a fact, because as you guys know, in the last year, I went through a lot of problems with people over at Kiwi Farms, basically trying to fuck my life up. Last year, I went through a very, very arduous bankruptcy proceeding, alright? And it was made exponentially more difficult for me because of people who were completely slandering me constantly, alright? So when you have a website that's set up and dedicated to try to actually ruin someone's life, because that's really what Kiwi Farms is. It's a website literally set up to ruin someone's life. It has nothing to do with observing. Because when you have a central hub of people who are slandering, defaming, and making conspiracy theories about people, that is what happens. People will read that and take it as truth and take it to the extra level. Do you think that everyone on that forum supported someone calling into my bankruptcy hearing and pretending to be one of my creditors in order to try to get personal harmful information about me out in the public? Of course they don't all support that. But they promoted it. They all talked about it. They reposted the fucking
Most
podcast.
people didn't hear about that. Excuse me, not most. I'd say at least a handful. Well, more than a handful. There's a lot of people on Kiwi Farms, Jesus Christ. But most of the people didn't even hear about that shit until after the fact. To be honest, same thing with Detractor Twitter. He makes it sound like if you've gone to Kiwi Farms once or twice, you're just up there every fucking day. Most detractors, whether they lurk or they actually have accounts, aren't up there every day. At least I wouldn't think, anyway. You know what I mean? Like, just there's not enough fucks in a day to be given to do that. You know what I mean? You jump in there periodically. It is what it is. But not everybody was sitting there planning that shit out and whatnot. No, I don't know if anybody actually knows the guy who called from Citibank, and I don't even know if everybody knows who the people were who actually did the call-in, or who actually was able to patch in for the call-in for that. Not everybody did it. There was a lot of people who did. I think, what they say, like 60 people or something try to call in on there, but certainly not everybody was involved. And so with that being said, you can't say that everybody tried to promote it or even propagate it. And just because they talk about it, whether as it was happening or after the fact, is still unfair. That was what was going on at the time. It is what they can't speak on it. Like I said, is free speech like outlawed or some shit? Like you can't go ahead and just lop everybody in like that. That's not right. It's not fair. It's certainly not fair not to do that, because you're demonizing. He's essentially trying to demonize everybody for the actions of the few. Not everybody is in on the fucking take. You know what I'm saying? The left doesn't know what the right's doing, and vice versa. And yet again, they should be able to speak on whatever they want. If that's what they choose to talk about that particular day, that's what they choose to talk about. This dumbass chooses to talk about fucking gaming news that he's definitely ill-informed on and whatnot. And people take his word as the gospel. And people make decisions based on his decision, on what he says, wrong or right. He's just as much at fault as anybody else.
People who illegally recorded the call, which, by the way, just recording and rebroadcasting that call is against the law, because that was not a public thing that you could do without the judge's permission, and no one got the permission to do it.
And yet all those videos are still on YouTube. Imagine that.
Analyzed it in depth and all of that. You know what I mean? Like, when you promote that behavior...
Think about it. Didn't Nick Rekieta go over that video? I think, don't hold me to it. I can't remember if he went over that 341 call. But if that's the case, are you going to go running to him and tell him to take it down, Phil? No, you're not going to do that. But you've been begging for his help on Twitter multiple times in 2020, while saying that the guy was a fucking loser and he wasn't even a real lawyer. You remember all that stuff, Phil? Because I remember all that stuff. Pepperidge Farm remembers all that stuff. You were talking some hot shit about fucking that dude, and he had no clue what he was talking about or anything. Early on, when Nick Rekieta started to be a name, well, it's kind of being thrown around as a name in the detractor community right around this whole bankruptcy nonsense. Then all of a sudden, Phil is literally begging and pleading with him on Twitter for fucking help and legal advice. That's interesting. Why would you ask a fucking Nolo for advice on some shit that he supposedly don't know nothing about? That seems odd. That seems strange. Semantics.
Regardless if you condone it, if you promote it, then you create it. So the fact that that website exists actually has led to the systematic harassment of the people who are listed on that website. It doesn't matter if that's what the owner of the website intended. It doesn't matter if they condone the actions of the people who do the extreme actions. Everything that happens to the people who are listed on that website is the direct responsibility of the person who owns that website. Because he knows that if he wasn't promoted, then it wouldn't actually get any fucking attention and people wouldn't waste their time.
You're being retarded. If it wasn't done at Kiwi Farms, it'd be done on Reddit. If it wasn't done on Reddit, it'd be done on 4chan. If it wasn't done on 4chan, it'd be done on 8chan. And that's just the name of a few. If it's not that, it'd be the lolcow wiki. If not there, it'd be fucking Twitter. Like, if not there, then it's going to be Discord. And you can't really stop that shit on Discord. So, you know what I'm saying? To be honest. So then what? Like, and all of those places that I named, at least for the most part, had mentioned that situation in one way or another. It's at least been mentioned. If not, there hasn't been any deep conversation in on it. You can't stop freedom of speech, man.
It's that simple. And it's the same cultish mentality as all this other crazy shit that's been happening in the world recently with QAnon and all that shit. Even if there's not enough evidence to 100% prove anything, people will believe anything if they want to, and then they will act as if it's fact. And they will fuck with people's lives and they will hurt people because they can get away with it anonymously on the internet. So, you can't, in good conscience, have something like that being operated and think that this is good or legit. It's not. It's evil. It's immoral. It's fucked up. Even if you don't like the people who you're trying to make fun of or whatever, you have to understand that when you do those actions, you actually are hurting people directly. Directly.
過酷な運命を背負って極道の抗争に巻き込まれていた
Retro Jim, no, I don't believe that lolcow subculture has anything to do with my success at all. I was around before that ever existed. And as I said, I have a dedicated fan base of viewers who would watch me regardless of how many people are trying to slander me on a daily basis. If anything, I'd be doing better without it because I'd actually be able to get sponsors. I actually would have been able to do some of those things that everyone else does, right? And I'm not allowed to do. I probably would have been
That's actually fair to say, too, that being a lolcow saved Phil Burnell. Because if not, he would have been just obscure. You know what I'm saying? He would have fell into the internet void and that had been that. And that right there scares him more than anything. Certainly. So, yeah, very much so. If it wasn't for this supposed cult-like mentality and nonsense that goes on around him, most of it that he propagates on his own, by the way, he would be lost to the void. And the argument that can be made, and it certainly has, that, oh, well, if all detractors stopped talking about him, he would just fade away. He wouldn't. A new group of people would just come up and speak on it anyway. Happens every day. On top of that, the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics don't stop Phil Burnell from being Phil Burnell. He is what he is. And there's just a group of people who point and laugh at that shit, or document that shit, or fucking just dissect the dumb shit that he says and whatever else that comes along with it. There'll always be someone else to pick up the mantle, no matter what. And more importantly, he's not going to change. I'm not talking about stopping him or canceling him and all that silliness. I mean, he's not going to change. Look at all the opportunities, that he's had to do so and he refused to. At the end of the day, he's okay with drenching himself in bacon grease and lighting his ass on fire and go running down the fucking street. If that's the case, are people just supposed to turn their heads to it? And that can be said for any lolcow.
Advertise a few game peripherals if I liked them. And see, that's the difference between me and everyone else. I wouldn't have been a paid shill content creator. I would have been someone who I only support products that I actually support.
Fuck you.
Wait,
You're a liar.
I will only support products that I actually support. Fair enough. Let's go ahead. Let's play. Hypothetical Pignos is our favorite game. What happened to those Nintendo Switch paddles that he did the sponsorship, not sponsorship, I guess it was, sponsorship or the endorsement or the product review for during the bankruptcy saga? Do any of you guys remember that? Okay, so quick refresher. During this whole bankruptcy nonsense, he had it listed that something along the lines of he does partnerships for products or sponsors. I can't remember how it was worded, but it was something along those lines. Not long after, on King of Hate Vlogs, I believe, he puts up a video doing a product review for these type of paddles for a particular game. It was like almost like a mobile suit game or something for the Nintendo Switch. Now, Phil hadn't played on the Switch, or played any games on the Switch, I should say, in a really, really long time. And the game that is kind of directly associated with these panels, I should say, for the Switch, he definitely wouldn't play a game like that. So why the fuck are you endorsing a product that he never showed any interest in using or being interested in general beforehand, and never has showed any interest afterwards, unless he was being compensated with something outside of getting the product for free, of course. He's never showed any interest of doing anything. He's never spoken about it or talked anything about that item or that product since that video went out. Never heard anything about it. But he's not a paid shill that does it all for a paycheck. And it's just another way of making money, and that's it. He's not a sellout. Sounds like a sellout type thing to me. But whatever. Is what it is.
So, for example, a few years ago with the OP seat fiasco, well, most people don't even remember it anymore. Company contacts me and says, "Hey, we want you to, as someone to promote our stuff, we want to sponsor you."
Okay, I remember the OP seats thing, and I remember Spawn seats. Pepperidge Farm remembers. That was stupid for multiple fronts. I'll let him talk about it. That will be a struggle against the grease, though. But we'll let him talk about it first, because he fucked himself. Yet again, he fucked himself, and I'll explain how.
You a free chair, use it in your videos, review it, and then if people buy chairs using a referral code, you make some extra money. Okay. Okay,
hold on. Let me actually bring that back for you real fast, and just so you hear it in its entirety. Sorry.
With the OP seat fiasco.
Okay. Let me just say it. Just so you kind of hear all of it. At least hopefully you hear all of it. All right, that'll do.
Everyone else, I wouldn't have been a paid shill content creator. I would have been someone who I only support products that I actually support.
Fuck you. You're a liar.
So, for example, a few years ago with the OP seat fiasco, well, most people don't even remember it anymore. Company contacts me and says, "Hey, we want you to, as someone to promote our stuff, we want to sponsor you. We'll send you a free chair, use it in your videos, review it, and then if people buy chairs using a referral code, you make some extra money." Okay. Fine, but understand that if I don't like your chair, I'm going to tell people that. You know, and they agreed to that. They said, "Yeah, that's fine. We want you to be honest." Within 1 day of online harassment, I lose the sponsorship, and then they renege on everything, right?
But there was nothing to renege on. Here's the thing. Here's the problem with that. First off, how the fuck are you going to promote something that you don't have? Like, absolute pig-tard shit. So I want you to seriously think about this. How the fuck are you going to promote something you don't have? He didn't have the chair in hand or anything. He had a couple of little inserts or banners, if you will, that he could put into his slideshow for his pre-streams, but he didn't actually have the chair yet. And remember what he said. Hey, we want to send you a free chair. You build it, you review it, and then you tell your audience what you think. Okay, cool, as long as I can be honest about it. Yeah, sure, whatever, piggy. Just put the fucking chair together and then review the shit. Fair enough. This idiot decided to promote it before he even got it. Which means what? You're trying to sell people on an item that you don't even know if it's good. You don't even know if it's even worth the money. And you're already putting it out there so people can sell it. Or so people can buy it. Because remember, I think he already had his custom link or whatever, or he had a link, or a promo code, sorry. He had a promo code already lined up for the site. So, because I think he said 2 people, maybe 3 people already bought shares. I think one person actually bought 2 of them, or was going to buy 2 of them. So how are you going to sell an item that you haven't even used yourself yet? That's why most people don't promote shit until they actually have the item, and then they actually try it, or the product, and actually try it first. Do you think, for example, It's a Gundam sat there and promoted Ridge wallets without actually using it yet? No. You want to know why? Because he's not stupid. That's fucking why. And that was one of the reasons, that's what opened him up to get fucked in the first place. So after a day, the ink on that contract probably wasn't even dry yet. But after a day, people were like, hey, we don't think you know who you're promoting. Maybe you should do some research. They looked up, oh, this is probably not a good look, or this is certainly not what we want for our company. Sorry, Phil, this isn't going to work out. If he had had the chair, at least he would have gotten something out of it. But he didn't get anything because he's so goddamn greedy that he was so desperate to try to show this company, okay, I'm worth a damn, that I'm going to sell my soul now and try to get these few people to buy it just so it makes him look good, I guess. And then before even the product is even made available to him, it's almost as if, oh, look at how loyal my audience is, or look at how good I am at selling stuff, that I can go ahead and sell an item that I haven't even tried yet. And in actuality, it just makes you look stupid and greedy and certainly irresponsible. You should never try to push something like that without having it in hand first and try. That's common sense. That's common sense. And that's how he got fucked. That's how he got fucked. He pushed a product that he didn't know jack shit about. It was somebody who came out of the woodworks. There's a bunch of different streaming chairs or gaming chair manufacturers out there who look for people on YouTube and Twitch all the time. OP Seats is what makes them really any different than anybody else. But yet again, he didn't know jack shit about them, and they already laid out what the parameters were. Essentially, the deal wasn't going to be sealed, ladies and gentlemen, until he actually gets the item, puts it together, and does a video or a stream reviewing it. Until at least that part is done, it's whatever is whatever. No money had exchanged hands or anything, and the fact that he went ahead and did all that promotion ahead of time is his fault. No one told you to be irresponsible like that. If you don't want to be called a whore, then don't treat yourself like one. He put himself out there before he even knew what the fuck he was working with. He deserved what he got.
Like, if it wasn't for these scumbags, this would have been really interesting, because here's the thing. Because the way that they went about it, alright, because those idiots ruined that for me, I never got the chair, I never got to review it, none of that happened. Now, what would have been more interesting, let's be honest here, what happened the way it happened, or if I had gotten the chair, and within 2 months of owning the chair sucked, and I actually told you guys that, and then I would have said, I'm dropping the OPC sponsorship because I don't stand behind the chairs, I think they suck, right? What would have been ultimately more interesting? I think the latter. I think that definitely would have been more interesting for me to destroy the chair and say it sucks ass, don't buy it, and then dropping the sponsorship.
No.
Right?
It was actually... No, the former was better. The former was better. Because, one, he didn't get the chair, he got publicly embarrassed, and then he went on fucking a rant for months on end, bitching and complaining about how he didn't get the chair. We got way more out of that than him ripping up a product that he wasn't going to be loyal to anyway. Let's be honest. After 2 months and whatnot, and all the sales, and well, not even all, but the few sales he was probably able to funnel in, and whatever his cut was, he was going to be a good whore and keep sucking OP Seats dick and keep saying that, and keep basically praising the product. He may have a couple of little nitpicks, as he should, but he was still going to praise it because they were paying him, or he'd be getting something out of the deal. Phil doesn't have no loyalty to nothing unless he's getting something out of it. That's clear as crystal. So him sitting there saying, even with his analogy, oh, wouldn't you guys want to wait until I get the chair in 2 months or whatever? He wasn't going to rip into that shit like something that he didn't get. You know what I'm saying? He already has the chair. He would sit there, yeah, he's going to probably go in a little bit, but it wouldn't even then he'd be holding back because he still owns the chair. And if you sit there and rip an item like that up on stream or in a fucking video, right? You don't think other fucking competitors aren't going to sit there and see that shit and look at it and be like, whoa, maybe that's not a good idea. So maybe, with that being said, maybe the latter would have been better. Maybe he should have been able to go ahead and hang himself, right? So all the other fucking companies out there could be like, yeah, we don't need to be giving him shit. Nah, that's not a good look. You can go ahead and say you don't like an item, but you don't have to say it's a piece of Chinese-made garbage or whatever analogy he would have used. I don't know. I think he got lucky. He got lucky the way it went. But see, he can't see that though. He's too short-sighted.
But that's the thing, is people are dumb. And they think that just by ruining everything in the short term is somehow the better choice. It's not. It's stupidity, because they're that dumb. They're morons. Only a moron would waste their time with this kind of activity anyway.
How are you going to say something like that when you literally came up with an analogy that would essentially help the trolling in the long term anyway? Like he was literally trying to appeal to the trolls just a minute ago. Alright. Maybe he doesn't have a full grasp of the conversation. It's possible. It is what it is. I could be missing something. It is what it is. The piggy vortex is pretty vast, so you'd be surprised what you can miss.
Smell the saltiness.
But that's the thing, like, people don't seem to understand, oh, Phil benefits from the lolcows. No, I don't. If this had never happened, if this had never actually existed, this whole harassment against me for years and years, alright, I would have never had a giant detriment to my YouTube channel, where my YouTube channel, DSP Gaming, basically fades into oblivion because of the damage against it, because of trolling purposes, right? Trolling things that happen to me, fuck the channel up. That's why I had to become a full-time streamer to begin with. Because the viewership plummeted so much because they knocked it out of the YouTube algorithm, and now the hater videos show above mine because it got knocked out of the YouTube algorithm. That's not something I did. That's something they did with the false copyright strikes, right?
Here's the thing. You reacted poorly to those false copyright strikes. Don't be wrong. I don't encourage any of that at all. But he reacted poorly. You were in a situation where he was under the protection of Machinima. He should have let them do their damn job and let them handle it. No, he wanted to take that shit by the hooves, because he did reach out to them and they didn't reach back to him, or they didn't respond to him, I should say, in a timely manner, to his standards apparently. And he fucked his own shit up. No one told you to delete all those fucking videos. No one told you to do that dumb shit. And then he sat there and tried to lie and say that, oh, Machinima and YouTube recommended that I should do that. Machinima and YouTube were not going to come out with a press release and say, yes, we told Darkside Phil in 2015 to delete all these videos. Machinima and YouTube aren't going to do that. So he's lying on people who he knows aren't going to speak back or aren't going to speak up. He fucked himself. Royally. Royally. And after all these years, if what he said is true, why don't he just put the videos back up on the channel? Think about what I just said for a minute. If it was true that he got fucked over the way he did, right? That the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics did all that shit to him, why don't he put the videos back up on the channel? Because he actually deleted it. For the longest time, he made it sound like he only privated those videos. Matter of fact, if you go and watch Down the Rabbit Hole, it's explicitly said that Phil had privated all these videos and that caused him to lose all those views. But the reality is he actually deleted those videos. And that's why they never came back up. That's why when you go and look at the list for pre-streams, because he has a playlist for it. It's for after August of 2015, I believe. And I'll give you a little bit more insight. The reason why I even bring that up is because I was looking for randomly looking for a video, and I couldn't think of what it was called. It's on Mr. Huffstuff's channel. It has to do with the War Dog leader situation. I'm looking for that. I was looking for it because I'm going to need that for Struggle Against the Grease eventually. Now I have the Mr. Huffstuff version of it, because Mr. Huffstuff has what happened the day of, and then he has when Phil tried to triple down actually. When he tried to triple down on that whole situation on the weekend preview of that year. If I remember correctly, that was October 22nd of 2017. You can look and you can look if you doubt what I'm saying, which is fine. You should doubt what I say to some degree. But if you want to look for it, you can see what I'm talking about. The pre-stream from the 21st and the 22nd is gone. Maybe even the 23rd. But I know for sure it was the pre-stream from the 21st and the 22nd. is gone. And that's when that War Dog leader situation happened. That pre-stream is gone. The only way you can see that now is if you watch the Snort Burnell video from that time, or you watch Mr. Huffstuff's cut of it. That pre-stream is gone. He deleted that video. And I think he deleted the pre-stream that came after that too, because he was trying to get rid of evidence. And that goes back to the argument that's being said, not argument, but to the thing that's been pointed out by myself as well as others, is that Phil is slowly but surely deleting some of his history. He's been deleting shit for a while. Actually, Gamer J. Lee pointed that out when he did his video last year talking about it. That video is gone. It's not privated, it's gone. That video is gone. So what the fuck are we deleting videos for? What are you trying to hide? But he's slowly but surely deleting videos. And I don't know if anybody has that pre-stream in its entirety, except for what snippets that Mr. Huffstuff got. Other than that, I think the original's gone. But no one kicked Phil out of the algorithm. If he had let YouTube do its job, or let Machinima do its job, he'd have been fine in a couple of days. I think Tevin had said in when he originally went over it that he would have to take the L, and the channel may be down for a week, maybe, and then it comes back and everything could move forward as usual. He'd be all right, because Machinima would cover him on all of it. But he didn't. So you ain't deleted all those videos and fucked yourself royally, and now what? And then you kicked yourself out of the fucking algorithm. Jackie Chan and Be Awesome One couldn't have known or even imagined that was going to be the situation. If I remember correctly, supposedly, allegedly, the Be Awesome One situation was part of a bigger op with SOK. No one on SOK could have predicted Phil would have done that dumb shit. I mean, it's possible, but I doubt anybody would have thought that far ahead. Oh yeah, we'll go ahead and get him on this one thing and Phil's going to delete hundreds of videos. Nah, that's a stretch. That's some Nostradamus type shit. No one could have anticipated that. No one could have anticipated that. So he fucked himself. Like I said, no one's condoning the fucking false copyright strikes and shit, or if whatever the case may be and whatnot, but no one could have predicted what was going to happen. Phil put himself there. Yet again, let Machinima do their job. That's the whole point of you being a partner in the first place. You get in trouble, they bail your ass out. Just like in Jackie Brown, what Samuel L. Jackson's character told Chris Tucker. What was his name? Ordell Roby and what was Chris Tucker's character's name? It was Livingston. His last name was Livingston. I can't think of what his first name was. It'll come to me. It'll eventually come to me. But it was like that. He's like, you get your ass in trouble, I bail your ass out. And it's steady work. And that's exactly what Machinima was supposed to do. And all he had to do was let them do their job. And instead, he ain't fucked it all up for himself, and that's what led him to where he's at now. So don't try to throw that on other people and shit. You reacted poorly to a situation that you didn't have to. That shit happens, you send an email to Machinima, and end the story. Let them work it out.
I would have had.
I just remembered, it's Beaumont. Beaumont Livingston. That's what Chris Tucker's character's name was. It was Beaumont Livingston. And Samuel L. Jackson's character was Ordell Roby.
Opportunities and things over the years, you know? Instead of being the black sheep of content creators, because people don't want to touch me with a 10-foot pole because they know wherever I go, the haters follow me to harass everything involved with me, I would have actually probably had opportunities to be on podcasts, to do collaborations. Things would have been much better. I would have been...
You still had all those opportunities, though, and you turned them all down. He had those opportunities. He had those opportunities with the Drunken Podcast, with the Drunken Peasants podcast, but he didn't trust them. And let's be honest, they were going to use them for money, but he was going to use them for popularity. So it's give or take. He had the chance to do it with Rich from Review Tech USA. He turned that down. He had, years prior to that, the original video is gone. But oh, please don't fail me here. Okay. there was a video that was put out about an individual who was like, hey, so whoever he was associated with was like, hey, could see if you can get a interview with Darkside Phil. He was like, okay, cool, I'll reach out to him. He reached out to him, and Phil was like, yeah, it's going to cost you like $800 for the day. And the guy was like, what? And he's like, yeah, that's what it would cost for me to do the podcast with you, because I'd be losing a day of work. And the guy was like, I don't need you for a day. He's like, it'd be like an hour or two. Oh, my rate's $800, take it or leave it. He's like, I'll leave it, and click, end the story. So that's why the thing didn't happen. Now, that channel, or at least that video from that channel, is gone. But there is a detractor who has it. Give me a minute. Dipshit Phil R2. That's not the name of his channel anymore, though. I think he goes by Burn now. He has that. I think he may have that video. It's probably less than 3 minutes. It's probably less than 3 minutes, but it goes over it. But I think that's the name of Dipshit Phil's channel now. He calls it Burn, and they should have it. They should have it. And like I said, it couldn't be no more than like 3 minutes or something. It's probably less than that. But they explain why they didn't do it. So, but yet again, that's one of many instances. You know what I mean? He had the situation with Wings. He could have done that. He lied his ass off too. He lied his ass off, saying that Wings and all them never reached out to him, and they shitted on him and this, that, and the third. And it was like, you lied to them. You blatantly lied to them and said that you were sick. And in actuality, you had videos that you had posted out that day with the date, because Phil likes to do that shit, and you fucked yourself over. You dicked those people around. You should have just been honest and be like, hey, I'm not interested, so be it. You wanted to try to stay face while trying to weasel out of it. You did it to yourself. So he had opportunities to do podcasts with people. He had opportunities to collab with people on Machinima. He didn't do it because he felt that Machinima should have reached out to those people on his behalf to set up those collaborations. They're not your fucking mother or Catherine or whatever the situation with that is. As funny as that shit is. They don't have to hold you and show you how to play well with others. You were in your 30s when that shit was going on. You couldn't be a man and reach out to some other people and say, hey, would you like to do a collaboration with me one time? Or a dual comm on a video game or something? Machinima shouldn't have been expected to do that. Not for you, not for anybody.
Content creator.
No.
And, you know, things would have been better. But these people fucked it up on the regular. The kind of attention that these scumbag shithead losers bring to you is not the kind of attention that helps. It's completely the opposite. It's the kind of attention that hurts. It's the kind of attention that I will never be able to get the opportunities of other content creators. Now, the good news is, despite the fact that these people have absolutely tried with
honestly, you don't deserve that. You don't deserve those opportunities anyway. Just like you don't deserve good credit. Just like you don't deserve a lot of things. You don't deserve these things because you didn't appreciate it when you had it, and honestly, you don't have no respect for nothing. And that's kind of what the reality is. You don't deserve those things because you're not willing to work for them, and when you had them at one time or another, you didn't appreciate them. You felt that it was owed to you for some reason. Like it should be expected that it should be presented to you because you're Darkside Phil. Well, now look at you. You reap what you sow.
To hurt me in every way possible over the last 5 to 6 years. I'm still here. I'm still pertinent. I'm not going anywhere. And these people can be fucking damned because, as I told you guys, every moment that someone tries to tell me I can't do something or I'm no good or this and that, it motivates me to keep going and do better.
This vest is now a symbol of all of us who never give up, who basically say no matter what gets thrown against us in life, we're going to persevere through it. We're going to say fuck you to the haters, and we're going to be successful no matter what. That's what this has become.
Then, not all serious, I've conversed with Frederick Knudsen, the guy who makes Down the Rabbit Hole videos, directly. He's a really awesome guy. That's the kind of content creator who will make fans for you. The only thing he claims that you might debunk is he claims you told people to click on ads on your YouTube videos. I know that's been contentious. Not really contentious. Back when I first started on YouTube as someone who was going to try to do, like effort, rather than just fucking around, and I couldn't, back then, if you remember, you could not monetize gameplay videos at all. At all. Right? And I had a vlogging channel that doesn't exist. Well, it does exist, but you can't watch the videos anymore. The King of Hate HD. That was the channel where I did all kinds of vlog series. That's where I started DSP Tries It. That's where I started Poorly Cooking with the King and all that stuff back in the day, right? That channel I managed to get monetized through Google AdSense because it was just vlogging, okay? And at the time, I wasn't doing this for a living. This was just a hobby I was doing while I still had my office job. And people were asking, well, how can we support you? Because we want to support you.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear you lie about that. But before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, if for any of you guys who want to find that interview that I told you about, or that attempt, like I said, the name of the channel is called Burn, but originally it was called Dipshit Phil R2. The name of the video though is called Someone Tries to Interview Darkside Phil. The video is from 3 or 4 years ago. It's about a minute and 35 seconds, give or take, and it actually lays it all out right there on what happened, or what the situation was, and what Phil was asking for, and all the ridiculousness that came with it. Like I said, the original video from the original guy is gone. So if it wasn't for Dipshit Phil, we wouldn't have it. But that'll lay that situation out for any of you who care. All right, let's hear this. Let's hear this revisionist history, because that's a thing.
We want you to be able to afford more games. We want to see you be more successful. What can we do to help? And I remember in that video, which was supposed to be the big reveal video, me being an ignorant guy back then, I didn't know anything about the rules of YouTube or whatever, or what was allowed and what wasn't allowed or whatever. In that video, I believe I said some of the ways that you could support would be, I think I said you could donate games. I don't remember specifically. I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, fingers crossed, that actually starts giving me some money back for what I'm doing. I mean, it's not cheap to do what I'm doing. I bought a lot of games, a lot of equipment, and now I have my own condo, which is basically my studio, to do whatever the hell I want. So, anything that you can give back is much appreciated. I also do have the PayPal donation on the left-hand side of my Dark Side Phil channel. It explains
that
how to go to
same PayPal link that he said never existed, and we lied saying that it was there when it really wasn't.
What email address to send a donation to, darksydephil@hotmail.com.
I've gotten many donations, and as I said before, if you send me a donation of, $10, $15, $20 or more, I'll mention your name in a video, because I do appreciate that. So, thanks a lot. Oh, there's my token burp for you to end this little video.
But because I was kind of going through a
And I keep in mind though too, and you kind of catch it in his tone. He's basically like, hey, you guys kind of owe me this, so there's no reason why you guys shouldn't contribute. And there was people sending big money to him back in the day, going back to that Modern Warfare 2 and the 30K sub video that we've gone over. So he knew exactly what the fuck he was doing when he told them to hit the ads on his vlog channel. He knew exactly what the fuck he was doing when he did that shit. That's when all those other follow-up videos later on, when he's finally on Blip, and he said, hey, you guys need to interact with the video. I can't actually tell you what to do because that's against the rules, but for any of you guys who've been on YouTube for any period of time, same concept. So yeah, he knew what the fuck he was doing when he did that dumb shit. Yet again, he deserved what he got.
And I was like, yeah, there's ads on my videos here on the vlogging channel, and you can click on those. And people immediately, years later, when they were looking for something to point out and say things that Phil did that were bad or whatever, is that Phil said to click on the ads on his videos. And that's why Phil got banned from AdSense, and that's why all that happened. Okay? That's not what happened at all. Okay? Here's what happened. So, later on, was it that year or the year after? I think about that video, the reveal video, was in 2009. Like, middle of 2009. Okay? Is when I put out that video. Later on in 2010, like October 2010, I lost my office job. So we're talking about a year to a year and a half later. After having the AdSense partnership work fine for a year and a half, and people watching the videos on the King of Hate HD and me making money on them for a year and a half with no issues. Alright? I lost my office job, and I told everyone, well, I have nothing to fall back on right now. So I think what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to go full force into being a YouTube content creator. Now, I can't advertise, I can't monetize.
I thought you said that you didn't choose YouTube, you fell into it. But right here you're saying, oh, I lost my job, I have no other options or discernible skills to get me anything else, anywhere else, so I'm just going to do YouTube. So it didn't fall in your lap then, did it? You ran to YouTube because you had no choice. Just like when you had that issue with Hutch, and then all of a sudden you ain't lost your job. Actually, if the story completely flushed out, we won't do that here. Well, yet again, that'll be a struggle against the grease as well. He basically goes to Hutch for a job. But before that, when he lost his job, Hutch actually heard about Phil's situation, about him losing his job, and actually directed some traffic towards Phil's channel, to get him some more exposure, and so on and so forth. And Phil ends up making another video talking about it and saying thank you to Hutch and everything. He said, I thought you were an asshole or a piece of shit, or it's something along those lines, but now I see that you're a stand-up guy. Okay, that sounds fake, and I'm sure Hutch saw that for what it was, but it is what it is. And then he ends up running to Hutch later to beg him for a job when he finds out that Hutch is made it into somebody on Machinima. That, like once he found out or got an idea that Hutch was in a pretty good position, and I think Hutch was recruiting at that time, he ends up begging Hutch for a job. Yet again, does that sound like you fell into YouTube?
My gameplay videos, which is the vast majority of why people come and watch me. So if you could, please check out the vlogging stuff, because that's where I can make money. And what happened was people in droves went over to the King of Hate HD channel, which was the only channel that I had partnered at the time, and they watched the videos, and they clicked the shit out of the ads. To some extent, I actually think what happened is people supported me so much that they went overboard. They went and got, bot accounts, and were sitting there, click, 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 which you can't do. It's one thing if naturally
Wait,
people are actually
isn't this the same person who accused Tevin of having view bots? But you're saying that people paid for bots so they could get you a bunch of ad revenue, falsified or fake ad revenue. Matter of fact, didn't you say because of, he said this in an old video, this is right around this time too, because of the enormous support that you guys gave me, on the videos last month, after I told you guys about my situation, you guys made me so much money, I think I might be able to make this a living. This might be what I plan to do. So wait a second. So you set up a situation where you told people essentially to break the Twitch's or YouTube's TOS to help you out because you lost your job. You see this crazy amount of money that's generated because of it, and then you thought that you were going to be able to facilitate that same scam moving forward? Well, that doesn't sound like something DarkSydeLag, DSP, the King of Hate, would do. No, that sounds dishonest as shit. That sounds like something that a rat that eats its own shit to sustain itself would do. No, DarkSydeLag would never do that. He's an honest businessman. And it's the world that is jealous of him for his existence. Not that he's some piece of shit scam artist who's gotten everything that he fucking deserves because he's a piece of human garbage. No, never that. Never that.
To that channel, and they're watching stuff naturally, right? And that's fine. But you can't go there and have artificial clicks. That's completely a violation of the terms of service. And I think people did it. I didn't ask anyone to do that.
Please go to my partner channel, the King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos there, because hopefully, fingers crossed, that actually starts giving me some money back for what I'm doing.
At the time, I said, just please support the videos, that have the ads on them. And people went and did it because they supported me so much, they felt bad. Keep in mind, back then, I was like the internet underdog. I was the guy who had no support, no sponsorships, nothing. I was just doing YouTube as a hobby, not as a job. And when I lost my office job, people felt bad. They wanted to help however they could. Okay.
Wait, if you had, how the fuck are you the underdog of YouTube and shit when you were around the gaming community for YouTube at essentially its beginning, its inception to some degree? You're saying I didn't have any sponsorships or I didn't have any endorsements or anything. You had a job and you were doing this as a hobby. So why would you feel that you're even obligated to those things if you're doing this only part-time? It's stuff like this, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you guys follow me from the Fight Club channel. But I've certainly said this for a while. It's stuff like this that proves my point that he always set out to do this for a living. Always. He was already setting up the circumstances for it to happen. Let me give you an example. If DarkSydeLag, his original DarkSydeLag channel, if this dumbass had done what he was supposed to do and tried to dispute those copyright claims and whatnot, before the one from Ubisoft, before the one from Ubisoft came about. If he had disputed those, DarkSydePhil would still exist. The only reason why DSP Gaming and DSP Street Fighter even exist is because of that last copyright strike he got on DarkSydePhil YouTube channel, and it scared him. And so he had to change gears before he lost everything. That's essentially the only reason why those channels exist. If that dumbass did what he was supposed to, he wouldn't have those problems. But even with that being said, that right there also proves, yet again, he had been laying down the groundwork to make this a living from the hop. That's why there's so many fucking videos of his on the internet. He swarmed the fucking gaming system on purpose, or the algorithm, the search engine, so he would always be the top guy, and he could just coast. And that's pretty much what have happened. Even now, if he didn't fuck up the way he did in 2015 with deleting all those videos, he would still have, even though it would still be declining, he would have a better position than he's in now. He'd have it wouldn't be that much better, but you know what I mean. He'd be in a better position now on YouTube than certainly what he is now. He fucked himself royally. Don't be wrong, he was still going to be in the decline, but instead of him barely able to scrounge up, let's say between 700 and 875,000 views a month, he would probably still be in the 1.5 million category, maybe 2. He could still probably pull in 2 million views a month. He don't do that now. He hasn't done that in at least the last couple years. Shit, it was only like a year or two ago when he slipped down under 1 million views. But that was always going to be his plan. His plan was always to do that. And keep in mind, he's been working at that since 2008. In 2015, he was already in a major decline before the false copyright strikes really came in and he deleted all those videos. His channel was already in a decline. You're talking about someone who had between 13 and 15 million views a month at one time. And he pissed all that away. He pissed all of that away. He was a punching bag, or he was potentially looked at as a punching bag, or he certainly had a punchable face to YouTube content creators and watchers long before Slow Beef came in and started making fun of him. Phil's failure was always a thing. This isn't just some random situation that came out of nowhere. He's been dealing with this for a while. Just because he didn't want to pay attention to it doesn't mean it didn't exist.
Unbelievable.
So, there you go. So that's what happened. And then within a month, YouTube contacted me and said, we think that there's, was it erroneous click activity or fraudulent click activity? One or the other. Basically, they said in a statement to me, they felt that not all of the ad clicks that I had gotten within about a month's time were legit. They thought that there was definitely bot activity, and because of that, they were kicking me out of the AdSense. Alright? Now, in reality, they didn't do that.
Okay, where's the evidence? Present evidence of what you're saying.
They actually just suspended my AdSense indefinitely, which I didn't know. I thought they had banned me from AdSense. But I basically didn't have an AdSense account anymore. That's when I went to Blip.tv for like a month. Then I went over and I partnered with Machinima. And then I just stayed with a YouTube partnership company for the longest time until finally, years later, alright, we're talking multiple years later.
Okay, there's already some inconsistencies here. First things first, his shit was banned outright. Now, granted, he could have reached out to Google AdSense and as many people around that time did, when their account gets suspended or banned or whatever the case may be, and say, hey, you guys banned my account for such and such activity. Can we work something out that I can get it back? Can you put me on a suspension for X amount of time and so on and so forth? And there are people out there who have said, yeah, I lost my fucking Google AdSense for like 3 years or some shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I went ahead and partnered with an MCN, and then I ended up getting my thing back. But I was under the MCN, so I just kept it on ice. And then when I decided to switch up later, or if I decided to just go to Google AdSense by myself, I was good. But he didn't do that. He got banned, and he took the ban. So then he runs his dumb ass to Blip. He steals a bunch of Howard Stern jokes and all the nonsense that entails, and then he ends up coming back to YouTube. Like I said, he ends up running over to Hutch. Hutch ends up getting him on Machinima, and then eventually I think gets him into the partner program too, if I remember correctly. And he coasts off that shit. And he has said multiple times in those early YouTube videos when he's on Machinima that he plans to do this for the rest of his life. Which, that in itself is contradicting what he has said prior to that about how he's still looking for a job in his sector. Nah, he gave that up a long time ago. The moment he got fired, he was never planning on going back. Ever. Ever. He was never planning on going back. So that's what really happened.
Found out that they unsuspended my AdSense account. That it was actually just a temporary deal. What? And they unsuspended it and allowed me to use it again.
But that's not true either. No, it is true that they did eventually they did an unban on a bunch of accounts. It wasn't just him. It was like everybody essentially got a clean slate. The thing is, this idiot right here was on a fucking dummy. He was either using somebody else's AdSense account, or he was on a dummy AdSense account. He'd been doing that for a while too. Because if you remember, when he lost monetization on DSP Gaming, he had to reach out to Google and say, hey, I'm trying to get monetization on my YouTube channel back. I'm trying to remove this dummy AdSense account that I'm using and use my regular Google AdSense that was suspended and or banned that was given back to me. I'm trying to reestablish that again. And they were like, how did you get a dummy account? And then he had to explain that whole rigmarole and all that nonsense. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. And the thing is, that shit is so long ago, which isn't that long ago, but it's long enough. It's certainly been 3 or 4 years, I guess, at this point. At least 3. He expects no one to remember at the end of the day. So it's almost like the mob. Like, you know what I'm saying? If there's 3 people and they all know a secret, if you get rid of 2 of them, there is no secret. It is what it is. Or the old additive that, you know what I'm saying, the only history that is truthful is the one that everybody agrees on. Same concept. As long as he's one of the few people who remember, he can paint the narrative all he wants. Who's there to call him out? The only person you would think in present day who still mingles in that group, like in Phil's community, if he's still there, I haven't heard his name in a while, is King of Hypocrisy. And I know King of Hypocrisy knows this situation because he was around at that time. I don't know where he's been lately. Hopefully he's doing all right. But he would certainly know. He would know for sure.
They'd completely redone the AdSense program from the ground up. And basically what they said was that they wouldn't even allow that. Those fraudulent clicks and shit wouldn't even happen anymore. Like, there's no way. They detect the bots, they detect that, and they block that activity. So basically that kind of stuff could not happen anymore. I think what happened is a lot of people probably were victim to people fucking with their videos. Like, seriously, how possibly could I control someone who supports me going and clicking on a video a ton of times, right? I can't. There's no way that I can control that. So why am I held responsible for it? And I think what happened is YouTube changed the whole program eventually. So I was unsuspended, I was able to use the AdSense again, and, you know, that's what, hilariously, what happened, of course, the hater narrative became...
I love the fact that it's not my fault that I told these people to click those ads because I had lost my job and I really need the money. It's the platform's fault for not having safeguards to protect people like me from abusing, to protect people like me from people who may abuse clicking ads or ad bots. Isn't that amazing? It's always somebody else's fault. It has to be. It's the only thing that keeps one hoof in front of the other. It has to be somebody else's fault. That's amazing. It's terrifying in some aspects, but it's amazing nonetheless.
And from AdSense because he made a video where he said that he told people to click on the ads. That couldn't be further from the truth. That video was made in like early to mid 2009, excuse me. I was not suspended from AdSense until the end of 2010. Why would YouTube have sat on that video for a year and a half and never took action, then all of a sudden taken action? That's not what it was. It was because there was so much clicking activity on my videos in a short period of time. That's what caused the suspension of the AdSense account. They said as much in the notice that I read to everyone publicly, but those idiot haters spin it however they want to create their own bullshit. And that became their narrative, which is not a true narrative at all. Snow Carl
Wait,
says, can we go
you
back
said
and watch?
though, actually, I kind of remember that too. I mean, I saw it long after the fact, but I remember seeing that video, and Phil said that he didn't agree with anything that they said, that it wasn't true, nothing that they said in that thing was true and whatnot, and he knew he was innocent. He was innocent of all these charges that were being levied against him. It wasn't true. He didn't break the law. He didn't break any rules on the TRS and on the TOS, and it's bullshit. And he knows it, and that's the only thing that matters. That was like the tagline of that video. All right, then whatever. But now it's okay to go ahead and side with them and be like, well, you know what? They were actually correct after all. It's stated in the paper. But at that time, though, he was shitting on them all day, saying that it wasn't true. All right, then.
Watch that video live right now and see what you said. No, I know what I said. I said go click on the ads to help me out. I remember. I've watched that video back. We've watched that video together that I said that. But that was like I said, that was early to mid 2009. That's very different from me doing that video.
Listen to that piggy scramble. Scramble.
Immediately getting banned from AdSense. That didn't happen at all. It's completely couldn't be further from the truth. Lives for Soul Cheers says, I'm still your biggest fan. I love your content, even though you always bully me and call me a dumb fuck, stupid moron. I never called you a dumb fuck, stupid moron. And I don't bully you. I respond to you misbehaving on my stream and basically trying to derail it with appropriate and measured response. So there you go.
There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Still has indoctrinated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa. Okay, so we are going into video number 4. This should be good. You know what I'm saying? Cherry juice, Mommy Burnell's family recipe, all of those things that entails. Should be a good time. it should be a good time. Oh my god. Alright, I will see. Let me get into a small music break and I'll see you guys in just a second. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Like, the mental gymnastics on that bullshit is crazy. That's all I have, like, real fast. Let me be, I'm not fast, but Jesus Christ, like, he needs people to be ignorant. Like, he's Darkside Phil, DSP, Dark Geppetto, Dark, whatever you want to call him. He is legitimately one of those people that your parents tell you about, or the old heads around the way, or whoever, you know what I'm saying, the pillars or influential people, or big brother, big sister types, or whatever. He's the type of person they tell you about, that preys upon people who just don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all he does. That's all he knows how to do. You know what I'm saying? Is to try to get over on people. He's the type of people that, for any of you who are parents, these are the type of people that you try your damnedest to steer your kids away from. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. That's kind of wild when you think about it. Just to blatantly lie like that and think that no one, and hope, not even think, but hope that no one can remember that far back to call you out. Jesus. Anyway, see you guys in just a second.
everyone. Warning. What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, that's... sounds good to me.
Oh, this is going to start off well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the fourth video that will make up our broadcast. Brought to us by Burnell, DSP. Let's see here. Gout completely pierced, stabbed, and exploded in Call of Gouty. And total waste of... Just a second. Let me try to appeal to my notes here. There we go. Okay. And a total waste of cherry juice. This video was published on February 16th, 2021, as the previous one was. The link will be down in the description. Oh boy. So much cherry juice. Or maybe we can split the difference, and so much of Mommy Burnell's cherry Kool-Aid just to be spilt everywhere. That's a damn shame, man. It really is. Here we go.
What the fuck? Yo, he was completely invisible. That's bullshit. I got a thermal and his fucking doesn't show him. He's completely invisible. Fuck off.
I smell salt.
And I flashed the fuck. What? Dude, come on. I hate this now. This is nonsense. He's dead. That man should be dead. I hit him way more times. He hits me instantly. Instant death. Instant death. Fuck you.
There's the salt. The delicious salt.
I hear him up there. Again! I hit him 5.
I'm surprised he didn't try to say that guy magically just appeared on his screen. Clearly, you could see him coming down that ramp. But I'm surprised. I'll be surprised if Phil didn't say that guy just magically appeared on my screen. I don't know what happened, dude. There was nobody there a minute ago.
Sometimes he hits me once and I die. Enough of this. Enough of the instant death bullshit. I fucking shot you a ton.
Whining, complaining.
Where the fuck did they go? I still went through the window. Yep. Bullshit. Here we go with the a shotgun? Dude, they killed me with a shotgun from that distance. Treyarch doesn't understand what a shotgun is, I guess. Yeah, right. Fucking idiots. Oh, fuck, dude.
Did you see how long it took him to register there was nobody there? Like, okay, so you end up throwing a grenade and you threw a flash. You saw the indicator. You run in, and to his credit, I believe he was hip firing around that corner, but there was nothing there, and he still, like, unloaded the clip, basically, or the magazine and shit, and no one was there. He backs off, and he's like, where the fuck did they go? And then he gets popped. Why did it take you that long to register that there was no one there? Oh, shit, man. It's not exactly like you get an A for effort, brother. God damn, dog.
I'm not coming back from this. I'm not coming back from this fucking nonsense. Damn, it's chaotic. Those were headshots. There was no way those were not headshots. There was the only thing exposed was the head. Should have instantly died, but Treyarch says, ooh, Terminator head. Made of steel. Absorb all bullet. Stupid moron. Me make game ooga booga. Here we go, more bullshit. Throwing knife my ass. Fuck off. Throwing knife.
Oniony, salty aftertaste in my mouth.
What the fuck? What is going on? Again, I can't kill him. He's right in front of me. I'm opening fire. Nothing happens. I die. Trash. They're behind us. I opened fire, hit him with 5 to 7 bullets before he ever drew his weapon. I die instantly. Again, Treyarch, you suck.
Salty, salty tears.
That's hilarious. That was pretty good. That guy was able to run completely past him and ducked in a corner, came back to stab him right in the gout. God damn, Phil. Your reaction time is so terrible.
What the fuck? Are you kidding me? I hit him first, and the game says he hit me first. I told you, it's laggy. That's bullshit. He was so dumb. It doesn't know I'm stabbing or shooting first because it's so fucking laggy. God damn it, dude.
The Italian, it's too salty for me. Maybe if you like a lot of salty, that was like way too much salt for me.
Dude, again, this connection is fucking trash. I opened fire before he ever lifted his gun and put 1,000,000 bullets in the fucking guy.
Cat, you need to get out now. That place is toxic.
I'm not good, but I certainly don't... Where did he come from? He had to have spawned in the corner of the map. Are you kidding? Come on. Come the fuck on. He spawned directly behind me.
Nah, he was camping behind the map, or, well, and behind that pillar, I should say, that's leading to the connecting garage. He was chilling back there. He didn't spawn there. He would have spawned in front of the glass, that glass barrier, not behind it.
There's no other way that could have happened. What the fuck? Open full auto into their head. Oh no, my dual handguns killed you. Fuck your mother.
With this salt flavor. Ugh.
I can't do anything. You see what happened? It immediately slows down and gets choppy. It's only this map that this happens to me. You saw what happened? I couldn't even aim. It was just frame rate dipped. Immediately can't move, frozen, and I just die instantly. Like, what the fuck do you expect me to do there? Again, I'm here. I'm already shooting you dead. What? All within like a tenth of a second. Around the corner shooting you dead. What the fuck game am I playing? And again, it's not. It's because that's not what's happening. He saw me way before he appeared on my screen. He saw me. Was able to get a cheap kill because my connection's lag. There's no way he instantly kills you like that.
He's a dinosaur of the internet. He's done. Look at this. He's falling apart.
I fired on him and hit him 3 times. What? He shot me in my lower leg and insta-killed me. Lower leg shot was an insta-kill. Yet when I shoot them there, I have to hit them 14 times. You see how ridiculous it is? It's completely unfair and not fun anymore because the game's broken as fuck. Are you kidding me? He shot me in the bottom of my leg and insta-killed me. I can't kill them like that.
Gout side Phil, any gouters? I would hope no one else out there has gout. Gout is not something very nice, nor something I would wish upon anyone. Personally, having it and getting flare-ups from time to time. Sometimes I still have minor flare-ups. And it sucks one day. Some days I'll just wake up and my foot will hurt and be swollen. It's like,
wait. Didn't he say that he doesn't suffer from gout anymore? He hasn't had gout in years. He doesn't understand why people make fun of him. It's bullshit. These guys are assholes. But now he's saying I still have minor flare-ups from time to time, which is what people have accused him of having. But he said, no, you guys don't know what you're talking about. I take my cherry juice. I watch what I eat. I haven't had gout in years, man. I haven't had a flare-up in years. I don't have it anymore. You're always going to have gout. You have it for the rest of your fucking life, Phil. Oh, I'm glad this clip is here. I knew somebody had it, but I'm glad this is here. Good shit.
I didn't even eat any red meat this week. I didn't have a drink. Like, what is going on? It just happens naturally in your body. If it's in your genetics, it happens. And that's the problem, is in my genetics. My aunt had it. I have it. And, you know, if I had offspring, they would be prone to have it as well. So it sucks. But it's life, right? So...
I knifed him, nothing happened. He was right there, I pressed it, I died instantly, so it's the connection. There's no point in continuing.
You could tell, too, that person was waiting for him. That person was waiting for him. I don't know if this person was trying to cut him off or what, but they were ready. They were ready for his ass. That was hilarious.
This is a match I absolutely would rage quit. There's no point in playing it. There's absolutely no reason to continue. Look! I can't kill anyone. They will see me first, their bullets will register first, and I will never be able to get a legit kill because the game lags so much.
Those Italian meats are naturally salty, you know.
I told you. Bullshit. Complete. I knew he was there. Open fire first. I die first. Fuck you. Fuck Treyarch. Oh, what? He fired to the right. See? The game is giving him kills. He's not hitting me. That's why this fucking shit is bullshit and Treyarch needs to fix it. He didn't even hit me according to the kill cam. He was up and to the right. And it gives him an insta-kill headshot because of fucking quickscoping. What a bunch of fucking morons.
Over 1,800 milligrams of sodium. 1,800 milligrams of sodium.
Arming subjects. That should have been a kill. Why do they absorb so many bullets with hipfire and refuse to die? I want answers. I seriously want answers. Why do they not die? All the bullets have to be going into them. There's nowhere else the bullets can be going. Oh, hipfire's not accurate. No, bullshit. There's nowhere else the bullets can be going besides into their body when I'm that close. There's no way it's missing. What the? How did he come up behind me? Whatever. Almost there. Almost, people.
Yet again, why did you even aim for that at that point? Why weren't you just pumping bullets into her or them, whoever? Jesus Christ, you're literally running towards death. It doesn't do anything about it. It's like it took him so long to realize what his situation was. Jesus, Phil, come on, man. You're looking right at the screen, unless you just can't see, which is plausible. Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. If you sit there and you play video games for a living, you kind of need your eyesight, right? Like, that's kind of a thing. It's kind of important. You getting a bigger screen TV is not going to help with that. And if it's in 4K, as if any of the games he's playing is in 4K, doesn't mean anything either if you can't see. The clarity of the image doesn't mean anything at this point. But Phil's just stupid enough to think that, though.
Can't do anything. I go to zoom and fire, and already it's lagging, and I can't aim, and I immediately die. There's nothing I can do about that. It's just a lag. It's just a laggy match. There's no way I'm getting 20 kills now. It's impossible. We're losing this fight. Here we go again. Here we go again with the bullshit. Visible, aim, fire. Oh no, instant death. You're instantly dead. Oh, good. Great gameplay. Wow, that's bullshit. There's no way he could have shot my foot like that. There's no way he had a shot. That's ridiculous. They jump and I can't shoot them because of the fucking garbage of this game. Oh, you can't aim at someone who's jumping. Fuck you.
Oh, you're gonna get salt. It's even now, again, my mouth overpowered with salt flavor. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Feel like
Next to the Street Fighter stuff and occasionally Fall Guys, the Call of Duty stuff may be some of my funniest, might be some of my favorite segments. I think those things are fucking hilarious. All right, ladies and gentlemen, into the sad part of this, but then this is going on. Yikes! I guess with the previous cut plus this one, we're looking. It's gonna be long. It's gonna be long as fuck. But we are coming up on the last video of the segment. Quick music break, and we'll go ahead and finish all this up, and we'll let you go with your day after the last video. I will see you guys in just a second. Oh boy, that was pretty funny though. It's pretty funny.
Sound good?
Alright, that's... sounds good to me.
One other thing before we get started. Tonight, I would really appreciate...
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this is the fifth and the last video that will make up our broadcast, brought to us by Snort Burnell, DSP. Let's see, extremely slow night saved by a whale. Fall Guys nearly the wage quit. Oh boy, I've been waiting for him to do that for Fall Guys for a while now, actually. And over $100 in fake tips. This was published on February 17th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. Over $100 in rage and fake tips. Matter of fact, I wonder if we did a tally on how many fake tips he says he has a week, how much would that be? I assume the over-under is somewhere between like $300 and like probably $500, I would guess. Nah, maybe $500 is probably a bit much. I'd say probably $300 a week, I'd say he probably bitches about. I don't know. That'd be an interesting endeavor, though. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
Support. If you guys could support the stream, in particular with tips, but other ways are appreciated as well. The last 3 streams haven't even come close to hitting the tips goal, and quite frankly, except for one very large cheer last time, outside of that, been pretty slow. So it'd be nice to end the streaming week on a positive note of support, especially because tomorrow I have to go out and spend a lot of money. Alright, so...
Give me your money. No, I'm also not going to smash my old light bulbs on stream.
Real quick, so doesn't Phil shit on people who play like Fortnite? And, you know, games like that, they're for kiddies and shit like that. You know, they're just trying to pander to the child audience or a children's audience or a younger audience or demographic. But he plays this shit, though. I'm not to say that Fall Guys is shit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But he plays this game. So what is that? What does that say about him? He's trying to pander to that audience too. And actually, his is even more egregious because you know how Phil says, what's the point of having a younger audience or a younger demographic? They don't have any money, right? They're not going to be able to spend money to tip me and shit like that. He actually said this. You can't spend any money to tip me or anything, so what's the point? But in actuality, ladies and gentlemen, if they see a little bit of the stream and they can't watch the rest, then they watch it on YouTube. If they watch it on YouTube, then that's where the ad revenue is. So he's pissed off that bigger streamers get their money from a younger demographic, whether because they tipped them or contribute in some way, shape, or form. But this scumbag is still trying to do the exact same thing. He's just catching it he's trying to get it in a different form. If he doesn't catch it if he can't get paid by the younger demographic on Twitch, he's going to try to do it on YouTube through ad revenue. That makes him more dishonest, air quotes, than the guys that he accuses of being dishonest and distasteful. If you think about it, if you would willingly think about it in such a way. Jesus Christ.
Oh, man. Come on. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Wow. Jesus, that was stupid. Whoa. I'm not gonna qualify, nope. I couldn't qualify because it's terribly bad timing, so... Guess what, guys? A lot of people just lost their penne points. A lot of people just lost their penne points.
What's up?
Penne is my favorite pasta shape.
What? 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 What the hell? Oh, this game was made when? I'm getting out of here. I can't. I'm out of here. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm out. I'm out. That just creeped me the hell out, dude.
If anyone's cheering, I'm not reading cheers. I'm playing the game. I'll be reading cheers later. Oh god, there's a fan. All right, this is a different variation. Oh shit. So not only are you doing jump shot on, there's a fan moving around too. All right, this is interesting. This could definitely add a new twist to it, a new wrinkle. All right. Okay. Oh shit! Look out! Move it. That was close. I'm trying to stay in the middle. Oh no! Are you shitting me? Did you see how fucking strong that
Just
fan
like
was?
I said, Give Phil enough rope and he'll hang himself. You give him enough rope, he'll hang himself. A new wrinkle. I guess that's supposed to be, I don't know. I guess that's pig, like Polish or some shit for like saying another layer or some shit. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. Another, like I don't know. I get it. It's like, I guess it's supposed to be like another layer of difficulty or whatever, or another layer to the meta or whatever you want the case may be. I just never heard anybody call it a wrinkle though. I've never heard it stated like that.
Why was that fan so strong?
Oh, I guess I'm just not a real gamer. And Phil's the lolcow of the...
And that didn't even have shit to do with that fan. He just he walked himself off the stage. That's what happened. He misjudged how much room he had and he just walked off the stage. And it doesn't have shit to do with that fan.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
Before we resume, I've just drank all my water. I forgot to refill my water between the streams, so give me a minute. I was gonna run and refill my water in the bathroom, then we'll do another prediction. Alright guys, I'll be right back.
Yang Boy says, now will I take a big swig of the water? Yes. Cold gin.
Alright. Thanks everyone who cheered so far. We have 0 tips so far. It would be nice to get some tips up on the leaderboard, please guys, if you can. I have not hit the tips goal now for 4 straight streams. It would be nice if we could tonight. Especially if it's the last stream of the week. It would be very helpful.
Wow. So we came off of a 10 vest. He came off of a 10 vest streak. And then proceeded to go the next 4 streams without hitting the vest goal. God damn, boy. When it rains, it pours. I'll tell you that. In Goutopia, when it rains, it pours. With salt. Delicious salt.
What the f? Yo, I jumped, and it delayed my jump again. Well, that's the end of that. It seriously delayed my jump a million times. Yeah, that's lame. That was basically, I don't think that connection was very good. I really don't feel that connection was very good at all. It was delaying my jump every time.
Yankee Boy cheered again, so what do you mix your 40% water with? Pure, unfiltered grain alcohol.
Gin.
So, pretty strong stuff.
Elon just cheers, so you're gonna do a special live unboxing of Divinity when it arrives when we give away the game case as well? No, asshole, I'm not. Not fun either, because you're a dick. Kiss my butt.
He gets so butthurt over that shit. He used to do it. He used to give away game boxes with a card that he could sign that had all his information and shit on. I don't understand why he's, or a business card, if you will. I don't know why he's so mad about that shit. It's something you did. Like, it's not like someone made that shit up. You really used to do dumb shit like that. Oh, an angry little bitch.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
Prepare for the meat cheers. I know they negatively affect you. You see the hate you get online as a badge of honor. No content creators can say they're so controversial. And the Kiwi Farm credit is a lasting testament. There's no the thing is, there's nothing controversial about me. Watch my streams. What is controversial about this stream? A random regular guy just playing freaking Fall Guys. There's nothing controversial about me or my content. It's
Are you random? Yes. Are you regular? Far from it. There's nothing controversial about me. I beg to differ. That's hilarious. Oh my god. But then again, also, it's something to be pointed out how desperate he is to want to seem normal, even though he has no clue what that is. While yet being different and or unique from the rest of us, which is really weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't have both. You're either one or the other.
That are controversial, that create the controversy, not me.
I'm not gonna tell you any fucking stories. Wow, no one knew! Are you shitting me? No one knew. How did nobody pay attention? No one was looking? Not a single person was looking. We all, oh my god.
Neither was he, by the way, but it's everybody else's fault, which is hilarious.
I've ever eliminated that game ever. No one was paying attention. Wow.
I think in general, overall, I have improved as a gamer over the years.
2 to 3, I opened, I only won. Great, I can't even get through this door, I'm in last place right now. Yeah, look, I'm in last, I can't even fucking get through the doorways. I don't even qualify, I don't think so. Nah, I'm not gonna qualify. Wow! Wow, I was... Wow.
I'm just overall pretty good at all kinds of different games. You want to know the truth? I'm probably one of the best overall gamers in the country.
Oh my god, I almost got clobbered. I almost got clobbered by Fresh Fruits. Oh dude, did you see that? He totally trolled me. He held me and I couldn't move. He completely trolled me. There's nothing I could do. I couldn't move. Oh, that's it for that.
So now I got a fake tip, I got a refund. So immediately now it affects me negatively. This just sucks. I barely got any real tips tonight, and then now I got a fake tip that screws me over. Great.
How does it screw you over when it wasn't yours yet? They didn't have to. It didn't. Well, obviously they didn't charge it back yet, but it didn't have to. He could have taken the money either which way and gotten fucked over later. The money isn't yours. Just give the money back. Especially give it back. You should be glad that he's giving it back now before he gets into real trouble with it later. He should be so glad by it. Talking about it fucked you over. What? You're saving yourself the heartache later on down the line. Jesus Christ, look how depressed money makes him. Fucking it's really it's kind of it's certainly sad. It's very, very sad. At the same time though, it's like you understand that people have found a way to fuck with you in the worst way possible, yeah? You're dodging a bullet. If you whatever he's using to determine if it's a troll cheer or a troll tip, I should say, or whatever the case may be, is whatever. But the point being is that you know that you shouldn't accept this money because there's going to be long-term ramifications if you do. Just give the money back. Just give the money back and save yourself the trouble. If someone comes through to save you or at least give you some money before the stream ends, then great. If not, it is what it is. God damn, dude.
What a pain in my fucking ass.
So far tonight, I'm having fun with the game, but it would be definitely appreciated if I could get some more support, guys. Now I got a fake tip negating the very minuscule tip that I got. The one real tip I got is basically gone now because I got a fake tip, and it negated it. So share it with a bigger amount.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's play the game for a minute. Let's say he got Let's say he got a $10 tip, and then let's say he gets a fake tip of like $8. Okay, you refund the $8 and you still have the 10. So what's the problem? There's no way in his head he's sitting here thinking, oh, I have $10, $8 comes in, now I'm at 18. Okay, I'm gonna refund the guy this $8 back, now I'm down 10. There's no way he thinks like that. I mean, I guess it's plausible, but I don't think anybody thinks like that. That's just not rational. But then again, look at who I'm talking about. So, womp womp.
That way, they're more significant, you know.
Oh, that was awesome. Oh my god, overtime. Fuck, get out of here, guys. Guys, what are you doing? Stop sucking. Stop sucking. No!
I wonder if he ever had to tell Catherine that, or Panda.
I'm a mature adult with a business degree.
And I'm not a children's entertainer.
The only 2 goals we scored, I scored. My team was so bad, I did all the work, and they didn't score anything else without me, and then we lost. You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Thank you to Major Riot for the 100-bit cheer. A lot of people have done a 100-bit cheer tonight, but no one's beaten that. Thank you to Beastbot for a $1.30 tip. No one's topped that. We're totally $2 of tips, and we're an hour into the stream tonight, guys. This is not good. This is not looking good for Fall Guys. Let's just put it that way. It ain't looking good for Fall Guys right now.
Nice. All right. No, there's a fan! Oh my god, there was a fan added! Oh, they never had that before. Oh! I had no idea there was a fan. I seriously had no fucking idea there was a fan. Wow. I got destroyed. Here I am thinking, oh, it's the same as it's always been, and it completely destroyed me, dude. I got utterly rocked right there. Oh, man.
Any moment, I can pick up a controller, and I can play any game at professional level.
This last week got good support, but it may be that people already are tired of Fall Guys.
Okay,
Maybe
wait.
just...
I'm sorry. I know he said there's a fan there, and I see it, and it looks like it's moving back and forth, but it looked like he just stopped. It didn't necessarily look like the fan was blowing on him. Given that previous joke, it's kind of funny. Stop sucking! But it just sounds like he just stopped. Or it looked like he just stopped. Alright, I'm sorry. I gotta bring this back. I gotta see this again. I gotta see this again. I need to see the failure and get it real time. Alright, let's see. Oh no, wait a second. He's already... It looks like he got bumped off at this point. Unless I went back too far. Okay, there's the fan. And the fan is to my right at the current, and he's coming up the middle. So let's see what we got here.
No, there's a fan! Oh my god, there was a fan!
Alright, touche. The fan did get his ass. The fan did get his ass. Oh well. Thank God for instant replay.
Oh, they never had that before. Oh. I had no idea there was a fan. I seriously had no fucking idea there was a fan. Wow. I got destroyed. Here I am thinking, oh, it's the same as it's always been, and it completely destroyed me, dude. I got utterly rocked right there. Oh, man.
Any moment, I can pick up a controller, and I can play any game at professional level.
This last week got good support, but it may be that people already are tired of Fall Guys. It may be that people are just bored and, you know, an hour into a 2-hour stream and only receiving $2 in tips and a bunch of fucking annoying trolls. Not cool. It's annoying. You know, what can I say? It's looking like, not looking good. It's looking like this will probably just be the end of this for Fall Guys. I probably won't do it again after tonight. Unless things turn around, but right now, it's not looking good.
Give me money, money. Spend all your money on me. Pay more money. Give me the money. I can't wait for the money. Ivana Bendover did 100-bit cheers. Says, do you feel weird the way you make money is the same way a cam girl makes money? No, it's fun to make money doing it. I love it. I love it.
Great. Well, I got fucked over by them, but they ran into me and touched me. I'm way behind. What the fuck? Well, I'm definitely not winning. Those two are winning. Yep, there goes, he won. Damn it. There's nothing I could do. I was in first, and all of a sudden, they started clipping up and past me. Like, but they didn't grab me. They didn't push me. They just, like, teleported by me. And it's stupid, because it's about the physics of the game. The two guys start bouncing off each other. All of a sudden, they're pushing past me.
He said he was first? Give me a second. I don't distinctly remember that being... I don't remember that race being that close. Okay. Alright, here we go. That's pretty much at the start. Let's see what we got here.
To make money doing it, I love it. I love it.
Great. Well, I got fucked over by them, but they ran into me and touched me. I'm way behind.
I don't know. He was in first for, I suppose, for a little bit, but I mean, certainly not when shit actually became important. Like, okay, you started off as the head horse, no pun intended, and whatnot, and then you eventually got passed up. But it wasn't that you got screwed over. It's just you ran into obstacles. It didn't sound like he was he was running ahead for for like a hot ass minute. That's not what happened. But whatever, it is what it is.
What the fuck? Well, I'm definitely not winning. Those two are winning. Yep, there goes, he won. Damn it. There's nothing I could do. I was in first, and all of a sudden, they started clipping up and past me. Like, but they didn't grab me. They didn't push me. They just, like, teleported by me. And it's stupid, because it's about the physics of the game. The two guys start bouncing off each other. All of a sudden, they're pushing past you. I didn't do anything. I ran perfectly straight up the hill and never touched anything, and they just ran past me. This is the way the physics work in the game. It's pretty dumb.
There's the salt. The delicious salt.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here's the deal. We got about an hour left on stream. I really would appreciate if you guys would help me out with contributions. I'm not kidding you, over $100 in troll tips already tonight, which means after refunding them and everything, I basically haven't made no money tonight. I've lost money. So if people could actually tip legitimately or contribute legitimately, I'd appreciate it. It sucks ass that these people are fucking with me tonight and that support is so low. I would really like to help. It would help to negate all the fucked up stuff they did behind the scenes here, okay? It is what it is, though. I can't help it. All I can do is prevent it and recognize it and refund it and try to stop it from happening again. So, that's what I'm doing. Yes, I'm not kidding. I got over $100 in fake tips on this stream. I'm not calling them out or telling you guys. That's why I'm clicking so much over here. Because I'm fucking banning the people and refunding it all. Ford Camaro. That's interesting you say that. How many other streamers get hundreds of fake tips behind the scenes? I'm just curious. How many other streamers get hundreds of dollars of fake tips constantly behind the scenes and have to deal with that? So before you open your mouth to say something negative about me, how about you realize I've put up with about 10 times more trolling than everyone else? And that's why when I say I need the support, because I do, I've lost money tonight. I actually lost money.
But there's a lot of streamers who've lost money though, and no, you're not the only person who's lost hundreds of dollars on a stream. I've seen streamers lose thousands of dollars on a stream before. It sucks. It definitely blows and whatnot, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's how volatile your I guess the lack for a better term, the atmosphere as a live streamer who depends on, you know, people's generosity to be. You're opened up the trolling, and people will troll you in a multitude of different ways. And for someone like yourself, who's essentially greed driven, that's the best way. That's the best way to troll you, is through money, or the lack thereof, I should say. Even though I would still tell you, as most people would, trolling them with money is never a good idea. It's just not. There's so many better ways of doing it.
Overall, since the stream's been on. So, of course I'm gonna ask for help. Like, why don't you just fucking wise up and stop being a dick? How about that?
In reaching distance, and he says nope. Well, 14 seconds, I'm probably not getting one. Yeah, I'm probably not getting one. I'm out of here. Nope. Nope.
Well, I received a tip, but sadly the tip is unverified. This one, at least this is someone who's a registered account, and I don't think this person is actually trying to troll me, but I can't accept unverified tips. This is they have a registered account, but they didn't verify their account, and therefore it's still liable to a chargeback, so I can't accept it. So whoever this was who just tried to tip me $10, I appreciate it, but I can't accept it because your account's unverified. So here we go again. Yes, I did tweet out that I need help tonight. I did, because this is bullshit.
Oh my god!
What the fuck? Whoa! Whoa!
Stay on his asshole, don't lose him.
Like, I'm not kidding you guys. When I have this many fake tips, and this many tips I have to refund, I lose money. I lost money on tonight's stream overall. This is bullshit. So I'm hoping that maybe some people will see the tweet and come and support just for the fact that these shitheads decided to troll me tonight with fake tips. I hope. If not, there's nothing I can do about it, but at least I gotta fucking try, right? Here's the thing, like, we're actually having fun tonight with Fall Guys, but it's the fake tips that are fucking me over. Oh, Nistar Rune Cheers to set up the prediction for tips goal that might incentivize someone. Dude. No, I don't know what's going on. I mean, the problem is the trolls. I hate when this shit happens. The trolls show up and it fucks everything up, you know? Just trying to have a good fucking stream here.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god! What the fuck was that? Well, I guess I'm not winning. This is fucking diabolical. I didn't even know what I was doing. I've only played that one once before, and I couldn't figure it out.
I can't let this beat me, but I don't know how to beat it. I don't know how to beat it myself. That's the problem.
Well, Internal Miscreant just tipped $2. That's the biggest tip of the night. Wow, thank you, Internal Miscreant. With about half an hour left to go. $4 in tips. In reality, it's not. In reality, I'm not even kidding. It's about negative $15 in tips. Because all the fake tips that I got tonight, I've lost about $15 overall tonight. So, what a great stream, right?
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
People are very, very fucking stupid. I've only explained it a million times, but they don't listen, so I'm not going to talk about how the tips work and all of that. People just don't listen. It's already been explained a million times. I'm not going to sit here talking about it all fucking night. I'm trying to enjoy a game. And I got another unverified tip I can't accept that I have to refund, so it's more bullshit. Seriously, man. This is ridiculous at this point.
it's almost like, ladies and gentlemen, relying on public charity is not exactly a good thing. It's not stable, it's not guaranteed, it's not consistent. It sounds like being a piece of shit who begs on a regular basis might actually have some, might actually put you at some type of deficit. Maybe, just maybe, not to say that crowdfunding is a bad thing, but maybe relying on it totally without any other without any other discernible way of making money, I should say, is probably not the way to go, especially at almost 40. Because keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, he's not some 26 or 27-year-old kid who's been doing this shit for a couple years or whatever, or a former esports competitor or whatever who's sitting on a excuse me, who's sitting on a little on a nice wad of cash and whatnot, and they're doing streaming as something to kind of supplement for the next couple years until they're ready to figure out what they're going to do. This is all he does, and the clock is already ticking against him. But this is all he does. This is all he has. Yikes.
Okay. We're down to the nitty gritty here. Done. Damn, that was close.
Whoa! Whoa, there's a whale! A giant whale! That's cool, there's a giant whale.
Stupid PayPal isn't updating for some reason. But anyway, according to this, ladies and gentlemen, the Patriarchy just tipped me $100. And he says, here I come to save the day. Thank you very much, Patriarchy. Just so you know, you just helped negate a ton of negative shit that hit my PayPal account because of these scumbags tonight. So thank you for that. Really, thank you for that. I really needed that help. That jumps us up to $109 in tips. That means we hit the tips goal. Thank God, because we haven't done it in 4 days. Or 4 streams, excuse me. Not 4 days, 4 streams. And that helps to negate all the nonsense that these idiots did to me tonight. So thank you.
There's a hammer there, right? Hold on. How do we know this isn't solid? Well, no, I'm definitely not qualifying. Yep. How do we know this isn't solid? Oh.
Alright, so Jackalese tipped me $20. Thank you, Jackalese. I appreciate that, man.
Obviously, but there's places that never have snow, you know, and that's the problem is, wow, when you're not equipped to handle the snow, you're gonna have issues with power and other, oh no! Wow. Well, I guess that wasn't last game, I guess we got time for one more. Holy shit, epic fail. Red pandas. All the new red pandas. Fuck, well, this is right here, maybe. Oh my god, dude, look at this, I can't get through. I got completely screwed by the top of the door. The top of the door actually pushed me back multiple times. I couldn't get through. Wow. I'm not gonna qualify. I can't. Oh my god! Yeah! Well, I think that's a sign to call it quits. I got completely screwed.
You're not a real gamer. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Still has indoctrinated children who send him money. Blatantly milking for money. It's a money pit. It's gone. Just gone like that. In an instant. Fucking gone. I just care about money. That I just can't help it. I eBay. Contributions are mandatory. But I need your help. I am appealing directly to you. No decency, no respect, no common sense, no fucking maturity. Is the guy who just doesn't get reality.
Alrighty. Well, that's the end of that one. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a second to straighten up. We will reconvene for the what am I calling it? Is it the rundown or the breakdown? We'll just say it's the rundown. We will reconvene for the rundown, and I will let you guys go on with the rest of your day. I will see you guys, and I'll see you guys in just a second. Let's see here. So, okay, so let's go ahead and do the rundown on all this, and let's go ahead and finish this all up. All right, double vest goal is not serious. It seems serious enough, right? Not expecting. I don't expect $200. That was bullshit, clearly. And pushing hard for double vests, and I don't envy Drake. I think he really wanted the second vest streak, the double vest streak thing to catch on. I think he definitely wanted the vest streak to re-emerge, and I think the double vest streak was going to be the incentive. That could have been a lot of money too if he could have made that work, but nah, it is what it is. He ended up falling flat. Speaking of which, like I said, the links to all these will be down in the description, and thank you very much to Snort Burnell for all of this. Let's see, next one, duel of the century between the Pig Roach and Gojitenks. That was pretty spectacular. I gotta give you a lot of credit. That was some pretty interesting shit. Very, very much so. That was pretty wild. Double vest goal again, and vest streak 10. That's hilarious. Make of that what you will. Vest streak ends at 10. So disappointing. Divinity Original Sin 2 in 20. Got to end up getting it for $20. Like I said, I wonder if someone put that on, or requested for him to put that on his Amazon wish list, and then someone kicked out the money for it, or whatever the case. I think personally, if he's not going to play games day one, he might as well go ahead and purchase games like that, because it would be cheaper for him in the long run. You would think, honestly, that's something he's already doing, being that he's so strapped for cash, but yet he doesn't seem to have a problem with paying $60 for every new release. Make of that what you will, but that's just my particular opinion as it pertains to it. Let's see. First the money, then a new vest. Well, we don't have to worry about that, because I honestly don't see the vest streak really making a triumphant return unless he can really figure out a way to get his shit together. He needs to provide better goals, or better rewards, I should say, which is another one of the aspects to the vest streak that ended up failing, is that the rewards were stupid. Like, the vest celebration was the same shit over and over and over again, despite all the money that he obtained. People want to see more. You know what I'm saying? People are expecting more for their money. And he even admitted, you know, the reason why I keep doing the same thing for the vest celebration is because that's what I did the first time and it worked. So I just kept on doing it. That right there should be, to be honest, the statement for his whole fucking life. Certainly his online career, YouTube career, if you will. He did the same thing over and over and over again because he was rewarded for it. Make of that what you will. Let's see. Gout is completely pierced, stabbed, and exploded. And Call of Gouty and a waste of cherry juice. Hilarious. Just fucking hilarious. There's something special about his Call of Duty gameplay in small doses. For all those people who restream Call of Duty, God bless them, because that shit must be absolutely fucking just terrible. So God bless them on that one. And for the last one, extremely slow night saved by a whale. Fall Guys near the wage quit, and over $100 in fake tips. He's had a lot of slow nights lately, to be honest with you. He came off of vest streak 10, then it failed, and then he went 4 straight streaks without hitting the vest goal at all. Make of that what you will. The whales haven't really been coming out in full force like they used to. Maybe some of them are smarting up. Maybe most of them have fallen on financial hardships. Who could say? But he can't depend on stuff like that. So yet again, as we said earlier on in the first video of this broadcast, which was extremely long, talking about how he runs a successful business and people are jealous of him. No one's jealous of you. Like, that's just a lie that you keep telling yourself to justify why you go through what you go through, because you're not man enough to admit to yourself that you're the problem. You're the reason. You failed because you failed. End of story. Let's see here. Hold up, my bad. I feel like I messed something. Okay, now we're good. As for Fall Guys, I'm surprised he's still playing Fall Guys. I'm actually surprised he's kind of still doing it. But I already gave you my thoughts on him shitting on people for playing kids games while he plays kids games, and how he's trying to actually milk it twice on Twitch and on YouTube. And then $100 in fake tips. Yet again, he should understand. He should be at the point now where you just can't accept money from everybody. You just can't. And even if, and this is the real big misconception that he has, and I think he knows better, but I think he thinks he's being slick. Just because you have a verified account on PayPal doesn't mean anything. You can still win a chargeback. He's not immune to it. So why does he keep trying to propagate that? It makes no sense. It's only gonna hurt him, to be honest with you. Especially if they don't have any prior history of any scummy shit. It even betters their chances of to win, especially with larger donations. You know what I'm saying? Phil's the one whose PayPal record shows chargeback, with all of these different reasons on why these people are requesting the chargeback. That has tainted his account, and he better be careful, because that shit could cause his account to get suspended. And if he loses his PayPal account, at least one of them, he's going to be in some trouble. So he needs to smarten the fuck up before he loses everything. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it. And I will see you guys for the next one of these, hopefully sooner than later. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snort Report, and this is DSP News. Always late, never breaking. Unreliable coverage that you can't count on. Oh yes, a GTG Network of Productions for the Snort Report, as well as Hard Snort's Gin and Tonic, that toxic flavor that never wavers. I've been your host / anchor GTG, and I'm signing off. Take care of yourselves, guys. End of broadcast.